A very warm hello and welcome to King's Resort in Rosvadov. We have today the final day of the Festival main event. It was a 550 euro buy-in event. But before we go into the details, let me know in the chats on Twitch and on YouTube if you can hear me all right, if the sound is okay, so that we can get started. Currently, I do not hear the table sound, so I hope you can hear something. Let me know. I will just start talking more about the event and hope you can hear me. Right, so the event had a 500,000 euro guarantee, but because we had 710 entries, we did not reach that. So that was a 109,500 euro overlay. The first place finisher today will get 81,100 euros. That is including the 1,100 euro out. 16 returned today, so we have here not the final table, but just a feature table of 8 players. There's a total of 16 players still in, so we are down to 2 tables. At the moment, everybody has 3,250 euros safe. But as I said, the winner will take home 81,100. The festival is an incredible tournament series that was running here at King's Resort, with like a lot of mixed game events, what you normally don't really see. So you saw even Chinese poker, not just one event, but even 2 events, as far as I could see. And obviously Omaha 8 stud events, horse events, and all kinds of stuff. So really interesting things. And usually also offers some side activities, which is also really cool. So I always wanted to go to the festival, never made it. So if you guys have a chance, go check it out. Yes, high views, 16 left, exactly. Regine, hi. Are you in the right channel in the English one? It's like this is the English. I hope that I'm right on the right one on Twitch, but I think so. Okay, so it looks like you guys can hear me, which is great. I just don't hear anything from the table yet. Right, so I did put the payouts in the chats. So you do see the payouts in the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. Okay, I have to switch off the WhatsApp sound. That's a bit annoying. Hang on, give me 1 second. I will introduce the players in just a bit. Some infos here, obviously, not on all of them, because obviously people are using nicknames. And Christine from BWin is here. Yeah! Yes, she is. Okay. Can you guys give me some feedback if you can hear the table sound all right? It's just a little bit, obviously. We can't really hear what people are saying, but you should hear a little bit of chip clackering, a little bit of murmuring. Let me know if you can hear that. Okay, so we haven't started yet. So let's see about the players. We have an international table again, which I always like. So I will just start in introducing the players. In seat number 1, we have Enrico Falco from Italy. His hand mob says that he's only won $5.8 thousand lifetime, so only 6 cashes, and the biggest was 1,600. So he has already broken that by sitting here. So everything he makes more now is his new personal record. So this is pretty exciting. Seat number 2 is Oleksiy Lubnin from Ukraine. He has 6,400 lifetime earnings, dollars that is, 7 cashes, all in Estonia. And the biggest was $3,600. So he's also basically already almost surpassed that mark. In seat 3, we have Rama Prema. Okay, we have more sound now. Nice. We are different. We drink a bit more, but we do the zero alcohol. We have fun. We laugh. We take off the headphones. We get to know. So they did turn the sound up for me. I hope you guys can still hear everything all right. All 16 of us, all the floor, we just make an applaud for not only AIK, but also for the game of poker. So an applaud for all of us. Okay, applause, applause. I'm not sure for what. Couldn't hear the announcement. So, then with that said, good luck. Okay, View said sound is cool. Perfect. All right. Let's hope this will be enough. All right, we are dealing. I'm continuing with the presentation of the players. So seat number 3, Rama Prema from Czech Republic. He has, I just realized I couldn't finish the preparation. I will have to look at some of the players later. But I got to Rama Prema, and he actually has $200,000 lifetime earnings. So he seems to be basically, from what I could see so far, the most established player so far here at the table. 34 results in Czech Republic and Cambodia. The biggest cash that he had was $62,000 at EPT Prague Open main event. He made the 9th place there. And then obviously seat number 4 is Rafa. It's a nickname, so I can't look it up. Seat number 5 is Babu Bash from Germany, also nickname, so I can't look that up either. So I will look at seat 6, 7, and 8 a little later once we're going, and I'll tell you more about those guys in just a bit. I haven't introduced myself. So my name is Christin Maschmann. I am commentating for you today. I'm just here whenever I'm needed. I'm like the wild card for Kings. So when the German stream needs me, when the English stream needs me, I'm happy to jump in and help out commentating. So if you have any questions, let me know. I've been in the poker industry for over 18 years, worked for all the big companies, still working in the poker industry now for bwin Poker. And I do this because I love the game and I love poker, so I enjoy commentating. I'm actually looking forward to, I'm not sure how long this might take, 8 to 10 hours, watching some poker, talking to you guys. So yeah, whenever, if you have any questions, let me know. Because just talking about the pokers can get a little boring sometimes. So let's mix it up. But at the moment, it's very quiet in the chats anyway. Maybe I can get you guys to just tell me where you're listening from. That'd be fun. So I've already seen here some fans of Oleksiy. Estonian Weirdo wrote, "Let's go Oleksiy." Janus van Wesenbeck says, "Where is Rafa?" So it looks like we have Rafa on seat number 4. Rafa from Poland, unless there's a different Rafa. Rafa. All right, so we have a hand. Let's look at the hands. By the way, just quickly about the screen. So you can see in the top right corner how many players are left. So that's 16 out of a field of 710. So 16 players are left. And in the bottom right corner, you see which hand of this final day we are seeing. So it's hand number 2 right now. And you also see the blind. So at 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. And we have 3 players here to the flop. Oh, we don't. Okay, never mind. Okay, so where are you guys from? Where are you listening from? Loser 40 from Hamburg. I just want to make sure you know there's also a German stream. So feel free to check that out. It's commentated by Stefan Hachmeister. This one will be purely in English. There is always a chance, I warn you, that I slip into German. That can happen. So you have my permission to yell at me if that happens, because this could be long hours. And then sometimes focus is just slipping. So it can happen. All right, I'm looking right now at Maurizio Piscoiti from Italy, who we have on seat number 6 here. He has almost $120,000 in lifetime earnings, 17 results, almost all of them in Czech Republic at Kings. And in seat number 6, we have Raul Georgiev from Romania. His lifetime earnings are about $170,000, 62 cashes. That's quite a lot. And also almost all of them, if not all of them, well, all of them in Czech Republic. That's wild. So it's almost all Rosvadov, as far as I can see. And then seat number 9, also from Romania, Florin Adrian Bilan. Okay, so I said earlier that Rama is the most accomplished, but Florin actually has 900,000 lifetime earnings. That is wild. 150 cashes and also almost all in King's Resort in Rosvadov. So absolutely amazing. Panlaska. Hello, madam. Hello. Y Kapi is from Lithuania. Hello. Jano says seat 4 is nobody sitting. Well, this is the seat draw that I got from Kings, so it might be that it's a bit moved because we might have different players. But here you see Rafa, Rama, and then it should be Rafa next to it. Let's see. This is the data I got from Kings, so we'll see who's sitting there. All right. Bird, howdy, how are you? How's life? Okay, so Rafa seems to be seat 5. This got moved around a little bit, it looks like. Yeah. Okay, so the seat numbers have changed a little bit from what I first got. So Rafa is seat 5. Okay, pocket 10s now here for Florin. Also, I just found out that there is indeed a live blog for the other table. So we only, like from the stream here, we only have the information that is available here on the stream. But there is for this event actually an outer table live blog. I'm going to post it in the Twitch chat and also in the YouTube chat. There we go. So if you guys have any friends in the tournament that you'd like to follow and they are not at this table, you can have a look at the live blog. If I have any mods here, Bird, I'm looking at you. If you could like save this somewhere, this maybe we can pin it. How does that work? Oh yeah, I can do that. I can pin it. I have pinned it in Twitch. I don't know how that works in YouTube. I don't think that works in YouTube. No. All right. But this is great. Normally we don't know what's happening at the outer table, so this is a great addition here from the organizers from the festival, that they have a blogger there. Pretty cool. Thanks, Bird. Yeah, I did do some Twitch streams myself back in the days. So if you are on Twitch right now and you see my username in the chat, which is Davina Dar, you can click on that and see some of my old streams. I was one of the original poker streamers about 11 years ago or something. But that was just for fun. That was cool. It was an interesting time because it was like Twitch was just coming up for poker, and we had a Skype chat, a Skype group that included like Doug Polk and Joey Ingram and Chris Moneymaker, and I was one of the people in that Skype group, so it was pretty cool. Good old times. All right, so we do have a price jump when we get to 15, so we are basically on a price jump right now. At the moment, everybody has 3,250 euros safe, but if we lose one more player, people get 1,000 euros more, so 4,250. So it might be that people are playing a little cautiously, because just one more player and they have 1,000 euros more. Yeah, it was a big overlay. 109,500 euros overlay in this one. Lorenzo just said, sorry, couldn't come. Yeah, see? You missed out on value. Oh, we have an all in here. This is what I was just saying, people are playing a bit more cautiously because we're on a pay jump. But here, there we go. Maurizio with 10-3 suited. All in, and it works. Nice. No fear. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to drink a little bit of tea on the side, because last time I commentated, my voice just left me after 4 hours. That's not helpful. Does anybody want to dare to make a guess how long this is going to take? I mean, we started with 16 players. And the biggest stack starting, at least at the feature table, was floating with 82 big blinds. And the shorty was basically Alexi with 13. But I'd say like the average stack is about 30 big blinds. So we're fairly deep. How long do you guys think this will take? So my assumption is we're through at midnight. But it's so difficult, right? Although it's just 16 players, you never know how long this kind of stuff can take. So I'm taking your bets. There's no money on the line, but if you want to bet on how long this will take, I'm taking your bets. GTO Mauricio. Si. All right, here we go, Alexi, 10 big blinds. Has a raise. And now Rama wakes up with pocket eights right behind him. So the open came from Alexi with the 10 big blinds from under the gun +2. So he must get some respect here, but I think eights are too strong to throw away. So you should go either set mining or 3-betting. And as far as my rule of thumb works, you shouldn't be set mining if you have under 30 big blinds. So this should be a 3-bet, and he did 3-bet. But again, I've learned stuff over the years that sometimes isn't valid anymore because stuff develops. And I'm not one of the solver kids. So yeah, the 3-bet should do it here for Alexi. This is not really a hand after such an early open you want to get it in with. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a time bank card. It's not a chip, it's not a card. So he just threw in a time bank to give himself a little more time to think. Buys him 30 seconds to think more about his decision. Okay, there's the fold. I did get some information here from, okay, I don't have no idea how I pronounce your, something with trans in Twitch. He said, implied odd state that you should only set mine preflop if you have over 20x the preflop sizing. All right, okay, so that's way more detailed than my rule of thumb that I learned. Yeah, so when did you learn this? So I learned the rule of thumb sort of circa 30 big blind rule. It was probably 10 years ago as well, so things definitely have changed since then. You know, I mentioned in a previous stream, like when I learned poker, I was actually working for a poker school, and that was like 2008, 2009. And we learned back then, if you have 10 big blinds or less, it's any 2 all in. So things have changed a lot when it comes to that. But that's the thing. So Alexi put himself now in a difficult spot because the blinds are coming through now. So he did open from a 10 big blind stack. And now the blinds are coming through. So it's going to get really expensive for his small stack. And the pressure is on for the Ukrainian. Here we had a cut off open from Babu Bash with Jack 3 suited. And a call from the big stack here from Florin with Ace Deuce offsuit. Flop is 4-3 Jack 2 diamonds. So 2 pair for Babu Bash. Oh god, this name is gonna trip me up the whole way. Babu Bash. Okay, check. Another diamond. So Florian has the deuce of diamonds. So this shouldn't be exciting. He doesn't know that if he makes the flush, he's actually good. He also has a straight draw with a 5. But at the moment, it's still Babu Bash. You can see here 76% equity. Bet and the call. And the river, an ace. So this could get expensive for Florian now that he made his top pair, not knowing that Babu Bash has 2 pair and has him beat. He just checks. I think Babu Bash is going to get a little bit of value here. Yep, there it is. Bit of a donation, but I think probably all of us would have paid here on the river. ChatGPT told me that green tea and honey might not actually help as much as you think it does for your voice. But I remember It was like twice at King's Resort when I was commentating in the little speaker cabin in the back. I had two 16-hour streams. And by the end, I just couldn't talk anymore. And a tea with honey was actually helping quite a bit. Okay, so here we go. Oleksiy now under the gun, having a hand that you would normally maybe want to play, but he only has 6.1 big blinds left. Should he risk it, put it all in, or wait another orbit and go through the blinds, the expensive blinds? So it's all in or fold. Another time bank. He gives himself more time. Again, keep in mind there is a pay jump. So if he survives one player, he will get 1,000 euros more. So he will take his time to put the chips in. This makes a lot of sense. Then again, like what if? What if you put it in, as he's doing now, and then you actually do double, and you make it deep, and suddenly you run out of time banks, so you don't want that. All right, folding around. Folding around. So there's Florin with a7 offsuit. He asks for a count. Right, so there is the call from the Romanian. Chance for Oleksiy to double up, but he is dominated right now. The flop. 7 king deuce. At the moment it's just 4 outs, just a queen or a jack. There are some backdoor possibilities. There's another diamond. So any diamond, queen or jack, no. We lose Oleksiy, our first bust out here in this final day broadcast. He wins 3,250 euros and everybody else has 4,250 saved now. I'm confused. The command I'm using in Twitch is giving in the nightbot. I don't know what's happening. Anyway, we have the payouts now in both chats. So here we see now Florin started as the chip leader, at least of this table. I assume he's the tournament chip leader. Has 68 big blinds. And then we have two more or less shorties with Rafa and Raul. And pretty strong middle field. And the blinds are up now. 40,000, 80,000, 80,000 big blind ante. Yeah. Abu Bash opens from under the gun. Ace 10 offsuit. And Maurizio under the gun +1. Oh, he just folded his ace jack suited. Okay, so this is it. Like somebody giving another player who's open raising from under the gun so much credit. He doesn't even dare to play ace jack suited. I didn't see his stack though, but I think he's one of the shorties, right? Yeah, that was a very tight fold there. We have like 7-4 suited versus 7-4 suited. This is going to be a fun feature table, I have a feeling. Like we've seen some very strange moves already, and this is fun. Having 3-bet with 4-7 suited and 4-7 suited calls. Amazing. So now it's the battle of the suits. Are we going to have clubs? Or are we going to have spades? This should be fun. One spade. Oh, okay. No, this is not that much fun anymore. And as you can see on the clock on the top right corner, we're down to 14 players. So we must have lost another player at the other table. Already down to 14. Yeah, Enrico now bets on the Jack Ace 8 flop. Yeah, it's enough. I think it was like whoever bets wins this one. Fun stuff. More of that. Always having like this little panic if I mute my microphone to clear my throat. I'm always panicky that it somehow didn't mute and your eardrums are burst. So far, I think it always went well. All right, ace queen offsuit for Raul. Raul from Romania. 16 big blinds, under the gun +1. Should be a standard open. Uses a time bank first. So you see on the right there, where the dealer sits, that's the clock. So when he just played his time card, he got another 30 seconds to think. So no standard open. He just goes straight all in with 16 big blinds. No more decisions to be had. And yeah, works. Wins the pot. I'm glad from what I saw so far that this is probably not going to be a GTO heavy table, which is good for me. Let's have some wild plays. That's always more fun to watch anyway. The stream is lagging a bit for me. How is it for you guys? Is it okay? Anyway, sevens for Enrico. Open from the hijack. Yep. Good enough. All right. A lot of garbage here for the players. If somebody finds something better. But yeah, no, that's it. Maurizio giving a walk to Raul, who also has garbage. Okay, so now that we're going a little bit, I'll ask the question again. Where are you guys watching from? I am indeed not at King's Resort, in case you're wondering. I'm commentating from Bulgaria. I'm in Bansko, Bulgaria. Beautiful ski resort, mountain town. And I'm in a co-working space. Because I'm a so-called digital nomad. I'm traveling the world. And wherever I am, when King's is asking me to commentate, then that's where I'm commentating from. Yeah, Bangaranga. Exactly. Bangaranga. Oh, Marco says from Greece. Kalimera. So I'm only an hour north of Greece, actually, here. If I just put myself into a car, drive south, I will get to the Greek border and then a little further, and I'm in Thessaloniki. AFO Art Poker. Thank you very much. You're doing a great job. Good caster. Thank you so much. Greetings from Spain. Oh, where in Spain? Piedue, España. Right now here, flush draw for Enrico and a straight draw. But at the moment, Florin is ahead with a pair aces. Oh, you're in Crete. Nice. I've never been. I've been only in Greece on the mainland, but never on the islands so far. Okay, we see river. 10. Boring. Florin with the best hand. I don't think he's going to get any more value out of Enrico here. In Galicia. North of Spain. Okay. Never been. Been to, obviously I'm German, I've been to Mallorca. And then I've been to Malaga and Barcelona. And some other place I always forget the name of. We go, no more value for Florin. Marcus says, do you play poker? Yes, I do, but just for fun. I made a very early decision when I started playing like 19 years ago that I wanted to rather work in the poker industry than to become a professional poker player. And I think it was a good decision, but I like to play from time to time. Like in the beginning, like 2009, I could still make enough money, like working full time, I could still make enough money playing online poker to pay for my rent. That's not really possible anymore nowadays. It got really difficult. But if my travels fit, I like to go to poker events as well. And yeah, next year I have a big goal because it's going to be my 20th poker anniversary. So I do want to play the main event in Vegas. I've never played it. So I have 1 year now to prepare, somehow figure out how to get $10,000 or qualify. But yeah, I've been playing poker. I love the game. And I think, honestly, it would be difficult to commentate on poker if you're not playing. I know people are actually watching these kind of streams without playing poker, which I find fascinating. Because I feel like if you're watching this, you must be into poker, because otherwise, isn't it boring if you don't know the game? You play poker, Marco. Bird! 45 stream streak. Wow. I've never seen these stream streak notifications before. That's incredible, man. You're here more than I am, for sure. Yeah, I will. Honestly, I have, like, so Marco says, prep well and go enjoy it. Yeah, that's it. I do have a bunch of materials that I can use to study, and I do have good connections in the poker world. So I'm hoping that I will be able to sell some action and then play some satellites and qualify, and so the whole thing should be fine. It's obviously like super exciting because I've never was never in the position to play the main event. I mean, it was like 2019 when I was in Vegas. I actually had 2 people that wanted to put me in, but because I was still living in Germany and the tax situation is so complicated, they in the end didn't put me into them. So I could have had the chance to play the main event for free, but it didn't happen because I was living in Germany. So now I live in Bulgaria, where there's no taxes on gambling income. So if I find people now who want to put me in next year, that will be easier. But yeah, I have over a year time now to figure it out. Marco says, yeah, play more live than online. Is there a poker scene in Crete? That would be interesting. Again, we have like absolute monsters here again with Enrico versus Rama with 8-4 suited versus 9-7 suited. I love it. There's stuff happening at this table. From Enrico and Rama with 9-7 suited. He has nothing here, but he is ahead. He's raising it. Wow. Okay, you have to travel, yeah. That's all right. Oh, this was cool here. Ballsy from Rama. This is not going to be your standard feature table stream, I can already tell. Oh, now I see what you guys meant. The seat is open. Nobody's actually sitting there. Sorry, I was so distracted with other stuff so far that I didn't even see that the player isn't in his seat. Wow. Okay. Okay, there's a good question here from Luso, and thank you, Bert. He already put in the command. So the question is, how does the system know which cards the players have? So I'll explain it for those that are not reading the Twitch chat. So it's basically in the table, there's a reading devices. So you see, like in front of every player, there's a little white line. And underneath that white line, there's a reader, a card reader. And in those cards, those are special cards. Those are not the normal cards they use on the other tables. These are RFID cards. So they have little chips inside. And the chips have the information what card it is. So the reader can just read it. So, but the players do have to, at some point during the hand, put the cards on that white line so that they can be read and fed to the system. And obviously, we do operate on a 30-minute delay. So whatever you see here, those things have happened 30 minutes ago. So it's not like you can see and then yell, "Hey, that guy has ace 10," you know. So that doesn't work. There was an interesting thing now so the World Series of Poker is going right now. You probably all are aware of it. There was an interesting case, and I forgot who. I think it was Sam Soverell in one of the high roller events. He actually made a point of not putting the cards on the reader during the hand. He only briefly put them on after the hand had finished or before he folded. So as a precaution, just in case, that nobody knows his cards while the hand is still in progress. You can be fairly sure that during the World Series of Poker, those things are safe. You know, there shouldn't be any cheating devices, but to be honest, you never know, right? Nowadays, things happen. So it's interesting. That was the first time that I saw that a player is making a point of that, like, as you see right now, Florin, he has them neatly on that white line. He doesn't have to, right? It's just about at some point during the hand, they have to be there so that they can be read. And here we see Enrico with pocket king. So it's again, Florin with an open raise, 5-9 suited from the hijack, and then Enrico 3-bets here from the cutoff with kings. Florin seems to have like the whole range. And because they've been battling before, he probably even doesn't give Enrico much credit here, and he actually calls with 9-5 suited. Oh, and there's a 9. Oh, I think this will cost a little more for Florin. At least one more bet. Now we have the Italian rail, Salvatore, in the YouTube chat going, "Vai Pischiotti." Vai. All right, so the turn gives us a queen. Doesn't change anything really. Oh, Enrico is getting very careful here, but of course it's always the thing when you have kings, you don't want to see an ace. But I have a feeling he can be fairly safe now that Florin is not holding an ace. Okay, so he checks, then he will just check behind. Yeah, there we go. Pot for Enrico. So Enrico again, now hijack, Jack Queen of Diamonds. Good enough. Nobody gave any estimates what they think how long the stream is going to take. This is always quite interesting because we started with 16 players. We're down to 14. What do you think? How long we're going to watch these guys battle it out? Wow, we do have an interesting hand developing here. An under the gun open from Florin with queens. He's been so active that I don't think anybody will give him much credit. And there we go, Maurizio picked the absolute wrong spot here. He folded ace-jack suited earlier. Now he chooses this spot to go all in with queen 10 offsuit. Abu Bash is also still in the hand with sixes. I mean, in a way, Maurizio has been so tight. You must give him a lot of credit, but obviously with queens you can't fold. So Florin is calling, the sixes are gone. That was absolutely the wrong spot here for Maurizio to try something. He has 11% equity still. So let's see. Oh, diamonds. Diamonds. He has 5 outs now. You see on the top, like how many diamonds have already been folded. Now he even gets a straight draw with it. 11 outs now for Maurizio. Florin is grinning like, is this even a thing? No, he doesn't hit one of his too many outs syndrome. We lose Maurizio in 14th place. We don't have a pay jump, so we still have 4,250 for everybody, so that's also what Maurizio gets. So down to 13 players. That was very unfortunate, the spot that he chose here. Raul is taking a lot of time here. Battle of the blinds with a big stack, and he has 5-6 suited. Very nice hand. He just fills up his small blind, and Florin with queen 10 offsuit just checks. So we go to the flop. There's already a 10 in the wind. Oh dear. Trips for the chip leader Florin. And basically 2 pairs flopped for Raul. So this is very dangerous here for Raul. It's like the battle of the Romanians here. He bets it. And the best play for Florin is just to simply flat call. Which he does. Let's hope there's not a 6 on the turn. No, 4. So yeah, what would Raul give Florin here? He could have a flush draw which just busted, so he might want to bet it again. A little bit as pot control as well, but he checks. Yeah, and that's the thing with an aggressive player like Florin. He is gonna bet it. But maybe Raul had that in mind and is thinking about calling here anyway. Yeah, he calls one more time. Let's see if we find a disaster river. That should save Raoul, I would think. Yeah, he checks again. Florin will bet again, and then I think Raoul is going to give up. He didn't check. Ay, ay, ay. I thought he checked. He didn't. He's betting. Okay, he is losing more chips here. Florin puts them all in. Fold. Unfortunate for Raoul, he has 9.3 big blinds behind. Shows him as well. Probably a friendly thing between the two Romanians. Just like, hey, yeah, I had it. Yeah, Florin here, the most accomplished player at the table with over $900,000 in lifetime earnings. Queens again. Today is a Queen's Day, it seems like it. While we're watching this, I was wondering, have you guys ever played the festival? I mean, it's a tour, right? So it's not just at King's, it's also at other stops. And I've just heard only good things about this festival. The festival. Oh, wow. Queens for Rama with an open from under the gun. Then the all-in with ace, queen offsuit from Raoul on the button. And then Florin wakes up in the small blind with tens and calls it. And then now, Rama all in. Florin pays. And we have three-way all in here. Queens versus tens versus ace, queen offsuit. The queens are ahead, but there's chances for everybody to do something here. Lorenzo said played in Bratislava, Malta, and Rosvadov. Wow, okay. So you must like the festival. I as I said, I still haven't played it yet, but I'm a mixed game player, so I'd love to join someday. Okay, here's the flop. There's an ace in the window. Like, good chance for Raoul to triple up here. It's like, who's going to win the side pot? It looks good for Rama right now. Yeah, there we go. Triple up for Raoul. Double up. Is it more or less a double up for Rama? And not losing a player. Florin is just doubling and tripling out everybody. That's what chip leaders are for, right? I'm not sure if I saw it correctly. Let's see when the graphics are back. I feel like I just saw there's only 12 people left. Let's see. They're still figuring out all the stacks here.
There is stack for you. Yeah. Nobody's playing it. Who is it? Is it sit down? Yeah. Wow. You can play for him, Frankie.
There we go. We see the chips here. Florin still chip leader, 68 big blinds, despite like having a little bit of unluck. He's still up ahead. Enrico here with 45 big blinds, second in chips. Rama 34 blinds, Raul 30, Babu Barsh 29, Rafa, who's not at the table, and I didn't get that in the beginning when somebody said the seat is empty. Yes, you can see it there. There's a yellow little card there, and the chips are just blinding off. And he's now the shorty, so we don't know where he is, but he's blinding out. He's presumably still sleeping, or there's a danger because like very often these final tables here at King's start at 2 p.m. local time, and this one started at 1 p.m. So hopefully he didn't think that was the case. But then we should see him at the table now, right? So he should have arrived by now. So let's hope he's okay. It's always scary when somebody doesn't show up in a spot like this. Daniel Fabian, hey everyone, I hope all of you have a good day. I hope you have a good day as well, Daniel. Thank you very much. All right, very, very good flop for Rama here. Ace, Jack of Hearts, and the flop is Jack, 9, 8, 2 hearts. Unfortunately for him, Enrico doesn't have much, so unlikely that he gets more value. Yeah, as you see in the top right corner, we're down to 12 players. And Rama is actually not in his seat. So we basically have 11 players. I'm so sorry for whoever was in the beginning who said, "Where's Rama?" And I didn't get it because I was reading stuff. I was introducing the players and I didn't realize the seat was empty. So that's quite a story here. If anybody knows if Rama is okay, please let us know. No spoilers. Is he okay or not? But no spoilers, please. Bird says, one day I'd love to have a flop like this. Yeah, right. Like the dream. Then you also want your opponent to have something so you can actually get something out of it. Yeah, sorry, I meant Rafa. Rafa is missing, not Rama. I'm sorry. Names are very similar. Yeah, Rama's in his seat. Rafa is not in his seat. So Frufru says Zdravko. Yeah, so that must be Rafa then. Zdravko. So he's missing. It reminds me of, I'm not sure when it was like 2009 in Monte Carlo, I think. I was working for PokerStars and we had a online qualifier and she was like a I think 50-year-old lady or something, and she had won the seat for the EPT main event in Monte Carlo. And she just, on day 3 or 4 or something, just didn't show up. And everybody was like, oh, what happened to her? Like, everybody got so worried. And then we eventually found her and found out that she just went shopping. She was like, it's too much pressure. She couldn't deal with the pressure in the poker event anymore. And she was like, I'm just gonna go shopping. It's just like, what? So everybody was so worried. And she just didn't show up again. Didn't tell anybody. I was saying 50-year-old lady, and the wild thing is I'm only like 3 years away from that. I'm almost a 50-year-old lady now. How the time flies. Queen 10 suited for Enrico. Open from the hijack. Oh, Babu Barf calls from the small blind with ace jack offsuit. Oh, nice for Raul. He was down to 9 big blinds and now he's sitting there with a comfortable 30 big blind stack. But he's folding. No defending here with 4-5 offsuit. Very tight. There is the 5. Would've, could've, should've. Oh, Estonian Weirdo says, in the blog, the outer table is live, but the feature table is on the 30-minute delay. So there are no spoilers. Okay, yeah. So anybody who's reading the live blog that the festival is providing, and you read any updates, please don't spoiler here in the stream chats, because we are on a 30-minute delay. Thanks for the information, Estonian Weirdo. Also, Estonian Weirdo, I have a feeling we know each other, but I'm not sure. Maybe I know more than one Estonian Weirdo. Soriu Trans, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we have an interesting hand here with a Queen 10 of diamonds and a diamond draw now on the turn. Do we see a diamond? No, no diamond. So Babu Barge is actually good with ace high. And yeah, goes check, check. There we go. Oh no, I think it's Estonian Jesus that I once knew. Not Weirdo. Estonian Jesus was it. So for all the Baltic viewers, I'm actually going to have my first little trip. Yeah, the Jesus it was. So the thing is, like in 2020, I actually went to Estonia. Was partially for work, partially for fun. I was around the Kings of Tallinn. And the plan was then to travel down the Baltics, you know, like, because I'm a nomad, so I travel and work. So that was a cool plan. But then, as you already probably guessed, it was 2020, so hit the fan. So I've only been to Estonia and I didn't do the other countries. But now, next month, actually, in just about a month, going to travel through 3 new countries in 1 week. So it's really weird that I'm German. I've never been to Poland. So I'm going to travel from Berlin via train to Warsaw, stay there for like 2 nights, do some sightseeing, and then I take a train to Vilnius. So again, first time in Lithuania, and stay there for 3 nights. And then plan is at the moment to take a bus to Riga, and then again, new country, never been to Latvia. And there's going to be the summer party of my company that I work for. And I will stay like almost like, no, well, it's like 1.5 weeks in Riga before journeying to Bangkok. And I'm going to stay in in Asia for half a year or more. All right. So Estonian Jesus is not using the name anymore. Okay. Yeah, I was friends with a bunch of the what was the name? Unibet pros back in the days, and I think he was also like a Unibet pro. Rotran says, glad to see more women talking, commentating positions in live 20s. Yeah, right. I think so too. And that's the thing. So, like, if you haven't noticed yet, I'm not the technically best poker player. Like, I'm not going to give you like deep analyses of the hands that are being played here. But I've been around for a long time and I know poker, and I'm hoping that it's enough for the people watching. Like, if you want like deep strategy streams and I'm commentating, that's not what you're going to get. But yeah, we should have more women, like, because there's so many women liking poker, playing poker, and absolutely being able to commentate on poker, but it's just something not happening that much. And I think that's the thing. That's why I probably got this gig, right? Because I'm a woman. I've been doing this for a long time. With this, I mean being in poker. But there's definitely more people out there that know more about poker. So men, and probably also be better at commentating, but it's just, you know, bit of a different thing to have a woman commentate. Right, is Raul gonna lose any more chips here? There is a chance he will. It depends on really how much credit he gives Enrico here. He does lose a little more. Can't fault him here really to make that call. And now he's back down to 22 big blinds. There goes the 30 BB stack. Pocket Kings. Kings at King's Resort. For the king of the chip count, Florin. He's been playing so wide that an open here from the button doesn't say much. I think that's probably what Rama is thinking about now. Ooh, looks like a 3-bet. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Bad moment. Is he 4-betting? Oh, I would have just called. He is 4-betting. That's probably it. Like, he 4-bets because he thinks that Rama is better than he actually is. So he's hoping to get a bigger pot. Yeah, but he doesn't. So there's the fold. Daniel says, try to learn some things about IRL playing October to November. I'm playing my first tournament. First of all, Daniel, are you German? Because we do have a German stream if you'd rather want to listen to that. And check that out. Otherwise, if you're not German, because your name sounds German, I am absolutely happy to try and help you out however I can, because like I've been playing poker for 19 years, and I worked for a poker school for 6 years. So if you have any questions, anything that's not clear, let me know. Absolutely happy to help out. Probably one of the biggest like suggestions or like advices. There's no advices, right? There's just advice that I can give if you play your first like live event. It's just basically say what you want to do. That's where like most people that have not played live before or just a little bit, that's where they run into problems. So they just fiddle around with the chips and put some in and then don't put them in at the same time, and it gets really messy. So there are some rules to this. So the best thing is always just to say what you want to do, like how much you want to raise. So, or bet, like sit there, think for a second. Because most tournaments are not going to have that clock that you see there, the shot clock, right? So you do have a bit of time. So take the time, think about how much you want to bet, and then say it. And yes, it's always a little scary to say it when like everybody's listening and it's like, oh, what if they can hear if I'm nervous or something? But it's honestly, it's better than fiddling around with the chips and ending up making a bet that you didn't want to make, right? Yeah, 19 years is a long time. That's true. It's almost half my life playing poker. But yeah, so that's my main advice. Like if you want to do something, you want to bet or raise, just think about it, say the number, and then make the action. Because I'm guaranteed, even though I'm telling you this right now, I can guarantee you're still gonna make the mistake. And just because the thing is, like, if you take so if you want to make a bet, or let's say you want to make a race, and you just take some chips and put them in the middle, and then put the others behind. So like you see it in the movies, right? When people say, "I see your 5,000." And I raise you 15,000. And it's just like, that's not how it works. Like you have to do it in one go, right? In one movement. So if you're not really used to that, just say it and then you're safe. Daniel says, okay, he lives in Germany, but is from Hungary. Okay. Never played before in real life. GG and KK, I'm playing online, but I just feel like I can be good in real life. It's super, like honestly, it's a whole different level, right? So if you play live, you see the people, you can read the people, or you can see, as I just said, mistakes that they make with the chips. So it's for you, it's dangerous because you might make mistakes that you don't make online. But also you can find out how good you are at reading people, so you can see other people fiddling around, making strange movements and so on. And it's something during these streams I like to get into as well, like the body language stuff and so on. Because that's fascinating when you play live poker. All right, so Babu Barsh has trip sevens, and there's no chance at all anymore for Rama's ace king to win here. Yeah, 8 doesn't change anything on the river. So for example, Daniel, if you watch Babu Barsh here right now, so this is what he looks like when he has a really strong hand, right? So he has trip sevens. This is how he sits when he has a strong hand. So we can just bank that as an information in the back of our heads and then watch him when he plays. And that's the other advice I can give. Don't be on your phone, messing around with your phone. Here at like a feature table, TV table, you're not allowed to use phones anyway, but if you're playing at normal tables as well, don't use your phone. Just look, watch the people. So we can save now, okay, this is what Babu Barsh looks like when he's strong. And then maybe we are lucky and later we see what he looks like when he's bluffing. And then that's super valuable information. Okay, Rama doesn't seem to believe Babu Barsh here. No, he calls. Yeah, bad news for the Czech player. And I'm still worried about Rafa because the seat is still empty. He's not sitting there. His blinds are just being taken off his stack. So again, for those that are maybe watching that don't know much about poker in general, and maybe the difference between tournament poker and cash game. So in a tournament, when the blinds come around, they will be just taken off your stack, right? If you're not there. In a cash game, if you're not there, they put a little sit out button there. And then it depends a little bit on the poker room, but normally when you come back, you might have to pay one time the blinds if they came through. Or you can just come in the big blind and then you don't have to pay the blinds. That's usually like the rule. But you can go, like in a cash game, you can just walk away and have dinner, theoretically. But if you're away for too long, you might just take your stack off the table and free it up for another player. And Daniel says, I worked before with people, so I think I'm pretty good to read them. That's great. The cool thing is, what you learn at the poker table as well about reading people, you can then apply for real life again, which is also cool. Because in poker, at the poker table, you are allowed to just stare at somebody and just watch them. While in real life, that's a bit weird to just stare at somebody and watch them. But if you do that at the poker table and practice it, you will get really good in real life as well. When you're looking at people, it's like, oh, hang on, I think that guy is bluffing, he's lying to me. So Rafa definitely did not think we're starting an hour later, because he's still not here. So either he completely overslept or something happened. So this stuff is scary. Like this, he's playing for 81,000 euros here, and he's not in his seat. We are on a pay jump, by the way. We have 12 players at the moment. So everybody has 4,250 euros safe. And if one more person busts, it's a bit more than 1,000 euros more. So everybody will have 5,525. My name is Christin Maschmann. I put the info in the chat. Feel free to Google me. That rhymes. As I said, I've been around for a long time in poker. So if you just put Christin and poker, you find a lot of stuff already. If you find me on Hentenmob, I haven't won any big sums of money, but what I'm really proud of is the breadth. So I cashed in like 13 countries and in about 16 different variations of poker. That's why, like this, the festival is really something that I want to take part in someday, because there's all these mixed game tournaments, having like a lot of variety, not just Hold'em, is really cool. All right, there's the all-in. Unfortunately, he's back in that situation now, Raul, but again, he picked not the best spot here with ace-10. Oh, okay, never mind. Babu Barsh is folding. So back to 20 big blinds for Raul. And also, if you're interested, in like the life. I call it like on my social media, nomad in the poker world. So I'm a digital nomad traveling the world, working from different places in the world, and sometimes playing poker. I work in the poker industry. So everything is poker and travel. And if you follow me on Instagram or YouTube or TikTok or something like that, you will have a lot of content around traveling, working remotely, and poker stuff. Yeah, Micha? Where is Polish player Rafa? No idea. So we've been wondering about him. The seat has been empty since we started. And he's been blinding down. There's not a lot of chips left, so now he's back in the big blind again, so people can just steal his big blind. No, small blind. Oh, this was the big blind. So no idea. Like, we hope he's okay, but with no information where he is. Yeah, my assumption is as well that he overslept. I would assume if he's staying at King's Resort, they might have actually tried to call him. But maybe they don't know where he's staying and they don't have a contact. Anja, I put it in the chat here. If you just look a little bit up. My YouTube name is Nice and Sunny. And I put my name there. And that's also my name in most places, Nice and Sunny. So you can find me anywhere under that name. And my real name is Christin Maschmann, and it's right there in the chat. So now you can see Babu Barsh here with not as a strong hand as he had before. Like before, you could have been really sure that he had the best hand. Now he's probably not as sure. There's a slight difference in how he's sitting, but not a lot. So if you can save that in your brain and pay attention to that next time when you're playing against a player like that, that's pretty good because he's sitting almost the same way. But there's a little difference. I'm not Miss Devil. Guys, honestly, there aren't that many women in poker, right? You should really learn who they are. It's like I have that every time I'm like commentating, usually on the German streams, I'm commentating, are you Sandra Neujoks? I was like, no, I'm not Sandra Neujoks. Like there's more than one woman in poker. And no, I'm not Miss Devil. Yeah, I think the videographer here is filming the empty seat and the stack that's slowly dying. Oh, we have the chip counts. The blinds are up 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. And we see here our 6 players at the feature table. Again, we have a second table still. This is not the final table. And Florin, who started the day as a chip leader, is still the chip leader. Rafa, who never showed up. His stack is just blinding out. Has only 4 big blinds left. And then we have a middle field. So yeah, like 4 more rounds and Rafa is out. Well, 2 more rounds, right? Because of the big blind ante. Open raise from Enrico. And it's enough. Right, next hand. Rama, the hijack, king jack suited, an open race. In pace, from the big blind, ace nine offsuit. Ay, ay, ay. Again, what a flop for Rama. 9, jack, deuce, 2 spades, and he does have the spades. And Florian does have the 9, so maybe he pays one more time. Okay, that's the call. We see the turn. If it's a spade, we will have fireworks. Not a spade. 4 of hearts. How much more chips can Rama get out of Florian? If any at all. Small bet, fairly small bet. Maybe, yeah. He's milking Florian for more chips. River, 6 of hearts. So the flush comes in, but the other flush. So in theory, Rama should be feeling quite good. Yeah, and there is the check from Florian. So I feel Rama is just gonna check behind. Nope, he's not. He's looking at his chips and he's gonna bet. He tries to get more value out of something. No. I think he's checking behind. Yeah, check, check. Rama wins the pot. Daniel says, are they paying out in crypto? I don't think so. I don't think Kings is paying out in crypto. Not that I'm aware of. We lost a player at the other table, as you could just see. We're down to 11 players now, so we do have a pay jump. Everybody now has 5,525 euros safe. Okay, something is weird with the night bot. No, actually. No, there's something wrong. What is happening? Ah, somebody made something. in the Nightbot that I don't agree with, so I'm gonna get rid of that. So if any of the mods are listening, the idea is that exclamation mark payout gives you the still remaining payouts, and the exclamation mark payouts gives you all of them. So now I fixed it, but I think probably none of the mods is listening. Anyway. Last, the little red says they pay in chips. They pay in chips, or you can put it on your player card and just use it for other tournaments, which is pretty cool. Or like for slot machines as well. So if you have money on your player's card, you can just keep using that basically. Obviously, you can always have cash as well. I think there's some bank transfers possible. But I think you can probably find information on the King's website about that. Now we have a monster here for Enrico with aces in the big blind against tens for Rama. Under the gun, this is not nice. So Rama thinking under the gun with tens, he's pretty good here. Enrico being super strong. Let's see what happens on the flop. Not much. Aces still ahead. I think Rafa will show up, wake up in like an hour and go, oh no. And he realizes his stack is gone. I would probably set like 5 alarms and ask the front desk to have like a wake up call just to make sure that I'm not oversleeping a final day like this, but just hopefully he's all right. So now Enrico is actually betting. I mean, he probably gives Rama like an overpair here. But this is quite risky to lose your opponent if you're like first to bet here. Rama might smell it, and then that's it. No more value. All right, good luck, Daniel. I don't know if I'll be commentating though, so it's like I'm just helping out whenever they need me. Could be somebody else commentating. You see how Rama is just looking over to Enrico? I think he smells it. I think he knows that he's super strong. Now he just has to believe in his read. And that's obviously tough when you have an overpair here. So he's trying to see how strong does Enrico actually look. You can fold tens here. That would be pretty strong. Is he gonna fold? He is! What a fold, man. Nice. Very good read. Yeah, that's how you not play aces. Wow. Okay, Rama, when you're watching this stream back, like, good job, man. You could see how he looked at him, like a couple of times. He just really looked at him, and he must have felt it, smelled it, or just like saw an obvious tell that he was very strong there. But this was a very, very good fold. Wow. I wish I could ask him now what he saw. Like, that stuff is so interesting. Rusty says, holy fold. Right. Rama back in action. Flops a pair of kings against Florin's pair of tens. 3 hearts on the flop. None of the players have a heart. Check, check. Deuce on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Rama doesn't want to let Florin have another free card, so he bets relatively small bet. So yeah, that's the thing. So Florin is an aggressive player, and he's also a bit sticky. So what we saw so far. So I would have probably checked to him and let him bet, or bet bigger. If you want to get rid of him. There we go. I mean, he can still feel pretty good with his pair of kings, but now he has to keep betting. Control the situation. I'm just saying that. I'm just like, because what I've seen now from Rama, he's a very good player. So obviously I don't want to criticize anything he's doing, but I think he should have checked on the turn and then doesn't put himself into a situation now. What if Florin now pulls the trigger and raises him? He's a very aggressive player, absolutely capable of doing it, and then suddenly you're in a weird spot. And you never want to put yourself into a weird spot in poker. Always put other people into a weird spot. But it works. Another pot for the check. Running hot. And I'm not sure nowadays how much those kind of glasses are a tell. If you wear these orange color glasses, it pretty much would tell me that this player is playing a lot of online poker. For Florin. Right, now we're running for a while, so I'm gonna ask again, where's everybody's watching from? So, me, myself, my name is Christin Maschmann. I'm German, but I am commentating, not from King's Resort, but I'm actually commentating from Bansko in Bulgaria. This is my home of choice, and I'm here in a co-working space, but I am a digital nomad traveling the world. So next time I'm commentating, I think I'm going to be in Berlin. And then the next time I'm commentating, I'll be in Bangkok. So that's how this works. So where are you guys watching from? Where are you right now? And let's extend this one more. Like, where are you and what are you drinking? That's always a good one. I just finished my green tea with honey. So it's time for a break so I can make a new green tea with honey. Lorenzo in Rome. And coffee, of course. Roma, bella Roma. Wait, Jax for the Italian, now that we mentioned Roma and coffee. He's waking up with Jax. No, Coxie, you're really in Pattaya? No way. Yeah, I'm going to be in Thailand in 1.5 months, in like 7 weeks, let's say. At Bangkok. Planning to do some medical things, like, you know, they do these full body tests, like blood tests and everything, what's the English word? Is it EKG? Like heart tests and everything. Quite expensive. I thought it was cheaper, but I want to get all that checked. And I'm going to do that in Bangkok. Ah, you live in Pattaya. Okay. So I wanted to actually check it out, but obviously there's a lot of things that I don't want to see because I love Thailand and I love the Thai people, and Pattaya is just known for some nasty stuff that I don't want to see. So that's why I've never been. I wanted to check it out this trip, but it just turned out that I'm not going to do it this time. I know there's other areas in Pattaya as well. I get that, but yeah. I've been like all around Thailand, but I skipped Pattaya so far. We have Kings for Raul. Kings at Kings Resort. You live outside of Pattaya. Sattahip, okay. You speak some Kun Put Thai ka? Hang on. Kun Put Thai Mai ka? Or something like that. I'm taking Thai lessons every time I'm in Thailand, so. DML says, did you go to Isan? No, not yet. I've been to Chiang Mai, but I haven't made it up to Isan. I wanted, like, I might do it this year. Early next year. Because I have a little bit of because, you know, with the visa situation, you sometimes have to leave a country, go somewhere else, and then come back later and so on. And I was thinking of checking out that, not sure if you heard about it, there's this thing called the Golden Triangle in Laos, and it's like sort of almost not really belonging to Laos. It's like a very weird casino district that somehow belongs more or less to China. And it has like a lot of rumors say that it's like a money laundering place and so on, allegedly. But I want to see it because it's like this weird, I like to go to weird spots in the world. So I was like, I would love to see it. And it's almost better to come from Thailand than actually go there from what's the capital of Laos? Venice? I don't know. So yeah, so I might actually have to go back to Thailand and then travel through Isan, through Isan, like via land to that Golden Triangle. Never work there. No. I want to like see what it looks like and just maybe play some. Like I don't think they have poker there, but you know, just stick some money in a slot machine and say I've been in the Golden Triangle. It would be quite fun. Lorenzo says Kings at Kings lost 80 left, 3 average pot. Last 1 minute festival beginning of June. Okay. Yeah, well, you know, sometimes you lose with Kings. Happens. Vientiane. Yeah, exactly. I never remember capital of Laos. It's so weird. Isan boys. I mean, it looks like most of the Thai food I like is actually Isan food, so I should really go there. Okay. Interesting hand. Pot is pretty big for what the players are having. And Babu Bash is now trying to steal it here. Again, like we saw, like what I said earlier, to pay attention to how he sits, because now he's bluffing. So we see he's bluffing. Is he sitting in a different way? Is he doing anything different? And I think I see a slight difference from when he actually had the nuts, or sort of the nuts. I feel like he sits in the same position, but I think he is slightly more leaning forward and a little more crouching. Like he's making himself a little smaller. At least that's what it seems. And that's the thing, obviously, if you have live reads on people, you can never really rely on them one time or even twice. You know, it could always be coincidence that somebody does something. I mean, in general, he does the same thing. So I might just imagining stuff. He looked a little different, but sometimes if you just watch it, your gut feeling will tell you, right? And then it's just about actually listening to that when the moment comes and you have to make a decision based on just that, like looking at him. It's super fascinating. That's the stuff I love about poker, not the math and the odds and all that. I love the reading people and yeah, the reads, the tells, etc. Yeah, most of the rest of my year I'm actually going to spend in Vietnam. Oh, hang on. I can read that. Let me try. Oh, God. It's too small on my monitor. Nah. I can read Thai, but it's taking like 2 hours. And then ha ha ha, yeah. Not. Oh, nit noi. Nit noi, okay. Nit noi, nit noi. พูดไทยนิดหน่อย ค่ะ Okay, now Rafa is all in. Okay, we still don't know what happened. So this player, Rafa from Poland, he never showed up on this feature table. So his stack just blinded off. And now finally, his last chips are in. He doesn't have a chance to play it. If he loses this hand, that's it. He's out. If he wins, because we don't know what he has, right? If he happens to win, his stack will continue playing. As far as I know, there's sometimes house rules that just takes the stack off. But as far as I know, what I assume is if he wins, then his stack just continues blinding down. So, but yeah, there was a race. He has to like fold, although he's not there. And so he is eliminated. We're losing the player that never showed up to this event, well, to this final day. And again, we hope he's okay. Don't know what happened. My assumption is he just overslept. It just happens, but very, very unfortunate. All that's left is the festival sticker. Yeah, now that you said it's nit noi, now I can read it, but it's just like when I just tried to read it, it was like Okay, we're down to 10 players. So that means we're on the final table bubble and at the same time also a pay jump. So if we lose one more player, we will have the redraw to the final table and also all players will have 7,220 euros safe. I always love the moment when I meet a Thai person and I say something in Thai and they are so happy and go like, oh, you speak Thai? And I just say, nit noi, little bit. But it makes people so happy when you at least try to speak their language. Like, as I said, I'm in Bulgaria right now. I'm also taking Bulgarian lessons when I'm here. But you don't have too similar reaction normally from Bulgarians. They're a little more reserved. But when I try and say something in Bulgarian, at least I feel proud that I'm trying. But you wouldn't necessarily get these cute reactions that you get from Thai people when they're happy that you speak the language, or at least try to speak the language. Very interesting flop for this name, Babu Barsh. Open ender and the second nut flush draw, third nut flush draw basically. And Raul has a pair, so he's still ahead, but it's just 55% equity. So Babu Barsh has a lot of outs, as you can see on the top, 17 outs. This is something now for Raul. I had it last time I commentated on the stream. Somebody was chewing a chewing gum. And it's very dangerous to do because it can give off so many tells when you're chewing gum. And the same as when you're doing chip shuffling and something when you're playing. Like, you can give a lot away by the way you're shuffling chips. So the best is to do exactly what Babu Barsh is doing. Like, do the same thing. You know, always do exactly the same movement, sit in the same way, and don't do anything that can give anything away. So again, I feel like I have a slight read on Babu Barsh, but it might just be might just be imagining it. But he's probably the worst person that I picked to try and get some tells off, because he's very good at, you know, just doing the same thing. Yeah, so Raul folds. So yeah, if you play live poker, try and do exactly the same things. That is like the movements, but it's also, that's for poker in general. It's like, don't change the bet sizing depending on the strength of your hand. Like, a lot of beginners do that. But anyway, look at the chip counts. Babu Barsh actually took over the chip lead now. 51 big blinds. Florin and Enrico both at 40 big blinds. Rama with 29. Raul with 16. And yeah, we lost Rafa, who never showed up to this final day and just blinded out. We still have the same blinds, 50,000, 100,000, 100,000 big blind ante. Yeah, we always do this update when there's a dealer change, so we see what's happening, what the chip counts are. But as you can see in the bottom left corner, like if you see in the graphic, you always see what the stack is that the player has in front of them in the brackets. Obviously, player has to be in the hand that we see that. So Raul, you see right now, has 16 big blinds. He's in the small blind. Just fills it up. Florin has nothing really in the big blind, but he also doesn't really have to do anything. He just checks. Flop is Queen, King, 8. Raul hits an 8, but obviously probably doesn't like the King and the Queen there. Check, check on the turn, and the river brings another 8, so trips now for Raul. Now we can feel pretty safe that his hand is good. And now again, so he wants to probably bet now, and he's been playing with his chips. and the way he's sitting. So we know at this moment he is strong, so can somehow save in our heads what he's doing. And very quick fold here from Florin. Voita says, I feel like the graphic could be improved, to be honest. Don't know if it's personal preference, but I don't really like these infographics. What would you improve? Like, what is the, how else would you like it to look like? You know, the people that are producing this are listening, so if you have some constructive feedback, I can read it out and they will hear it. For me, there's just one thing I don't like in these graphics, and that will come later if we get there. Because if once we reach like 1 million, so if the blinds are 500,000, 1 million, it doesn't say 1 million, it says 1,000K. And so that's confusing. But that's the only thing that I don't like in the graphics, because that's an actual like error. But otherwise, I actually find this pretty cool. You have everything there that you need. And I mean, it has to be said, people need to know, if you see the outs, like if they show how many outs a player has and so on, that discounts cards that have already been folded. So that's something you need to keep in mind. But normally they are marked a little darker. So you know, okay, those have been folded already. So all the percentages that you see right now, like the equities, this uses all the information that the stream table has. So it knows what has been folded and so on and so forth. So sometimes this can be a bit confusing. There's open raise from Enrico from the button with Queen 7 suited. And Rama finds Queen Jack offsuit in the small blind. Okay, Wojta. So it's just a personal preference. I get what you're saying. I think it just takes a little bit getting used to if you're watching other streams normally, because you have all the information you need here. Like it's so if just the design basically doesn't agree with you, then yeah, it's something to get used to. The main thing is all the information is there, and that's the most important part. But yeah, I get you. We are slowing down now a little bit because, as I said, like we are on the final table bubble and obviously a pay jump. So the action will be a little more nitty now, a bit slower. And then once we get the final table, we're back in action. Yeah, are you guys watching the WSOP coverage? I mean, I don't want to promote. I don't want to promote like another stream that's happening, but they're doing a pretty good job there. I'm like, first when I saw the TV stage that they built, I was like, this looks like the graphic, like not the graphics on the stream, but like the graphics in the background looked like really lazy to me. This like white and red and black, and it's like this looks so weird, like lazy, you know, somebody who designed it. And then I realized later this deal that they had with what's it called, Solana. Once when that came in and the deal was announced, all the color schemes changed in the back. So it wasn't this white, red, black anymore. It was then this purple, blue, greenish. And I was like, I think it actually was just a placeholder until they announced a deal. And that's why it actually did look lazy, because it was just a placeholder. At least that's what I think. I don't know if it's true. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the time zone is difficult when they stream from. It's the same with the World Cup right now. Like if you want to actually follow football and the World Cup, it's almost impossible to actually watch it from Europe. I don't even know how Germany played, because like just been working the whole day, and it's like I know that Germany played yesterday or like last night. I don't even know what happened. Right, Enrico taking a stab here with his open ender, and yeah, it works. Nice. Germany beat Curacao 7-1. I know. It's like Brazil memories. I've seen, because I don't really read the news or anything, but I'm following whatever I can on TikTok, and I saw that Curacao it's like an absolute underdog, right? They somehow came with a bus or something. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame that they get beaten like that right in the beginning, but it is what it is. I remember when I was watching that match, Germany versus Brazil, and just like another goal and another goal, and the Brazilians were like crying, and I was like, just stop, just please stop. Like they are dead already. Don't. And they just kept scoring. I was like, oh my god, the poor guys. I still feel so sorry. So weird. They completely disintegrated, like after like 4 goals or something. It's like, yeah. Anyway, poker. Rama turning a pair of jacks. Let's try and get some reads on Rama. I don't think that's possible. He's been very good, but he's also playing with his chips, but we can't really see it, like the way he plays it. But I know exactly like the feeling he had, because sometimes when you start shuffling your chips and you get into this like soothing movement, like your body is like rocking a little bit left, and so it's like it's a nice feeling. But I have a feeling you wouldn't do this if you were very strong. Like you wouldn't allow your body to go back and forth like that if you were like super strong. So now let's see if his body language changes. So now he rivered 2 pair. He can be fairly certain that he's good. So let's see if anything changes in his body language. I mean, this is just one example, right? This doesn't mean that he will always be like this. This is just what's happening right now. But it's always interesting to watch. But he's doing exactly the same thing. He's rocking, his body is rocking a little bit left and right with the shuffling. I feel like he's shuffling a little faster. Otherwise, yeah, this was not enough to probably get a reliable read. Luis says, that was one of the craziest matches I've seen. Yeah, me too. And I felt so sorry. And the Brazilians are so passionate. And it was so hard because the camera kept showing crying people in the audience. I was like, don't, please don't. It was rough. Voita says Curacao, I think it's like around 150,000 population country. I've seen their social media and they seemed in good spirit though. First time making it to the World Cup. Yeah, so cool. Like I love these kind of, it's like Jamaica with the Winter Olympics, stuff like that, you know, like I love stories like that. There's probably going to be a movie about this. Then you don't want to have, was it the first game against Germany? That's obviously, that sucks. Like your first game is against one of the top teams in the world. And then you get like beaten up like that. But then again, they probably think, you know, they have nothing to lose. Like, and that makes people and teams dangerous, right? If you like have nothing to lose, and they can put a whole different gear in. Okay, so again, this is really not very fundamental right now because we don't have a lot of information. This could be just coincidental, blah, 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 blah. But this is how you build an image of a player and like try and build like a library in your head of possible tells and reads. So Raul, when he was very strong earlier, he was resting his left hand on his upper arm, not on his lower arm. Now he's not strong and he's resting his hand on the lower arm. Doesn't have to mean anything, but it's something to just, you know, put in the back of your head. And then later, maybe you can use it. Maybe it was just a coincidence and variance. But yeah, that kind of stuff, that's what's fascinating me playing and watching and commentating on live poker. I'm not sure if you know Felix Schneiders, the German pro. Oh, yeah, he's basically a pro. He got into the habit now, like, because obviously you have to try and do the same thing, right? So if you play a hand, doesn't matter if you're bluffing, if you're strong or blah, you have to do the same stuff, same movement, same body language. And Felix got into this habit of covering his mouth with his left hand. And I just feel so icky every time I see it because you've been touching the chips, right? It's like, if you've ever played live poker, those chips are filthy, right? And you've been touching them the whole time and then you're covering your mouth with your hand. I would never want to do that. So pick something else. I mean, of course, if you know that maybe your mouth is giving away some tells and you want to cover it, I get that. But maybe find something else, like a little scarf or something. But like actually touching your face and your mouth with the hand that touches the chips, it's like, ugh. No, like I would avoid it like really strongly. But yeah, Felix is amazing. I know Felix since 2008 because we worked together at the poker school of Poker Stars back then in telepoker. So I was the community manager, like looking after the German poker school basically, and he was the head coach. So I've known him for a long, long time. Yeah, this is one of the like things that I'm remembering right now because like it's so obvious now that every time he plays a hand, he covers his whole mouth with his hand, and it's just like every time I see it, I'm like, the chips. Well, maybe he's not actually touching the chips with his left hand. So that's why he does it, but yeah, I'm still like, ugh. You know, you guys are probably mainly men that are listening. You know that not every man that comes back from a poker break is washing the hands when they come back from the toilet. So yeah, maybe not touch your face. during a live poker game. All right. Open raise from the cutoff from Babu Barsh. Queen Jack, and then Enrico with Ace Jack suited. Ooh. Nut flush draw on the flop. And crushing anyway. Check from him, and then Babu Barsh continues. So Enrico, are you... Like, Enrico has been playing a little too fast. He did that with the aces before. He missed out on a lot of value, but now he's just calling here. Now Babu Barsh hits the queen. So the tables are turning. He checks. Another queen on the river. So yeah, there goes Enrico's flush draw. Such a nice flop, and then nothing and nothing. I can happily say Babu Barsh, now he's strong, and I just don't see a difference from when he was bluffing. I think his table presence is really good. He does do the same thing. And what I thought I read earlier is just not the case. So yeah, pretty good. So if you want to learn something about not giving off tells, like have a look at Babu Barsh. He's doing a good job, like trying to do the same thing. Oh, did you just hear that? There was an announcement. It looks like we have a final table, or we have a break. I'm not sure. But there was something about 15 minutes. Okay, we're still at 10 players, so it will be probably a normal break. Ace King for Babu Barsh. Do I say, I mean, obviously, like the most listeners here are English speakers, but not sure what Babu Barsh is, and if I'm saying it correctly. I'm hoping it's not something weird that I shouldn't be saying. If you only use the last 5 letters, it's a bad word. Right. Babu Barsh. Short thing, putting him all in. Okay, and now we do have a break. It's not the final table redraw break as far as I know. It's just a normal standard break. No, they're moving the seats. Okay, never mind. Looks like we have the final table. They're moving all the seats around. So we're going to have a break for about 15 minutes. And then it looks like we're coming back with the final table. So this will not be correct anymore. Because it looks like we're coming back with a full table of 9 players. We wouldn't move all the chairs out of the way if we didn't have the final table. I think they're going to take pictures probably with the final table players. And yeah, we are going to go to break in a bit for 15 minutes and coming back. And then yeah, it's all about finding out who's going to win the top prize of 81,000 euros. And so if it's the final table, everybody has 7,220 euros safe. And yes, I think we're going to go to break now. So see you again in about 15 minutes.
Where you had the literal owner of the Lakers.
Right. Right.
You had like a top shelf pro.
Mm.
You had a guy that obviously was laundering. And I don't mean dry cleaners.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know,
yeah.
somewhat ill-gotten.
Another
must
guy.
have been the gains, especially the relationship he had with the money.
Right. Another guy in there with his last 6 bets, and they're not even his.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Case backing.
Right.
Wonderkind, who, if they carded him, would be kicked out of the casino.
Yeah.
And then a guy who looked like genuinely he had just finished a shift at a Chinese restaurant, and maybe was wearing $17 worth of total clothing, but had 60K in chips in front of him.
Hey, As long as we're in action, we're happy.
Yep. Well, I'm not sure how happy Kamoshi's going to be to face rare resistance in the form of a 3-bet, and just observe how ill-timed it is.
Very unlucky.
Open, 3-bet, and now Radicki gets to play ladies' man out of the small. 72,000 deep, there's just nowhere else but all in, right?
Yep, we're got to ship it in and put him to bed.
And Velocevic going to be priced in for another 45?
Has to call, I think. No choice. Can't be worse than a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 dog here, in spite of the fact that you don't have your best holding.
And by the way, this additional requirement is north of 20% of your remaining stack.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 3-to-1 on a call here. It's really hard for you to be worse than that versus the jam range. I mean, that range does include aces, which may make this a lot closer than it actually is on the screen. I think if you're the queens, you obviously at this point want to call.
Must be a very light 3-bet, huh?
You know, want.
But I think you want the call because you don't expect it to be this hand. I think you want the call because you expect it to be like queen jack.
Yeah, the struggle bus made it seem like maybe we don't face an ace.
Yeah. Like, oh, I might be 9-to-1 favorite, not 3-to-1.
Well, his back is up against the wall, but he's in a great way here. 68%
Decent, okay.
is Radicki
Acceptable.
to double through Velocevic.
Four.
6-5-3 would have kept.
Yeah, the pocket fours was in love in this one.
4 of hearts.
That was I thinking. I'll take.
Brandishing a nervous smile. Don't need to worry about the monotone texture, given Velocevic lacks a heart in hand, and now lacks any path to victory beyond the ace.
I had the 4 of hearts.
Board.
Yeah. I think I had the
Pairs on
hand.
the end, and Radicki
Eh sì, le filavo.
with the
No,
double.
contro di te perdevo.
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast
Okay, I
track
can do
this
Cabrera of the
career
situation.
path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy
Let's your stack. Let's your
within the framework that
What
works.
you have? Yeah. You, okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000, and by the way, there's nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube
aces,
chat of
aces.
one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube
Well
handle,
played. Well played.
That account name?
Well played.
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
So, 8?
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat, and then, I believe, a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much Cabrera, I'll become Ferry.
Become what?
Ferry.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah,
You know how he was
yeah.
skating on. I'll be the anti-Cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there. How
Ooh.
much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen-8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which I'm
100 is too
soaking
much.
up
If it was
in the
29,
booth here from
99,
Berkey.
It's
100,
ambitious.
No, too much.
It's
The real Cabrera.
It's
was
gonna
not
work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
It's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man. And Max finds his way to the feature table as ace-king of clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velocevic should he get frisky from the button with this ace-queen of diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You know, you got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace-queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other.
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this king-queen of hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like, again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svetanov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velocevic in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency, especially with the long tank out of the big blind. You tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Arai did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetanov, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace-queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just gonna have to find a fold. Yeah, that's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velocevic had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetanov. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right,
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
but you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket 7's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer. He's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king-queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway-type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs 36. By coming through with a call.
Now
he's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi,
so that's clear,
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open. 25, putting it in, I think might be quite reasonable. And maybe he leans on king-queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
there it is.
Arai,
he shares my thoughts.
Induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're gonna back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just trying.
It's
kind of
really
questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre. Right?
Correct. And the bigger aces also to be maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And check
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Arai can get behind it. Tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and enjoy a deep stack. Pocket queens, and you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPPing Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamoshi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay, strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens,
how fortunate,
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of spades.
Almost a 3-to-1 favorite now, better than 4-to-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Welcome back to King's Resort in Rozvadov in Czech Republic. We have the final day of the 550 euro, the festival main event. It had a 500,000 euro guarantee, and because we had 710 entries, there was an overlay of 109,500 euros. We are down what I thought would be the final table, but it wasn't. So for some reason, they took all the chairs away, and I thought it was the final table, but we're not there yet. We're still at 10 players, so we're still waiting for one player to bust, and then we will have the final table and a pay jump. So at the moment, everybody has 5,525 euros safe. And as soon as we lose one more player, it will be 7,220. But obviously, all the focus is on the top prize of 81,100 euro. 16 players should have returned today, but it was only 15. One player actually did not show up. We hope he's okay. He completely blinded down and then out of the tournament. But now we have our last 10 players. So you see the blinds are up, 60,000, 120,000, 120,000, big blind Ante. And yeah, as soon as we lose one more player, we have the final table and it will be the last redraw of the day. All right, so who's still here? Everybody in YouTube and Twitch, say hi. My name is, by the way, my name is Christin Maschmann. I'm like the wild card that Kings can use for the German stream or the English stream. So I'm always happy to jump in if any of the other commentators are not around or busy. Jay Whistlelow subscribed. 46-month streak. Wow. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Let's play poker at Kings. Yes, sir. Very nice. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, guys, if you are on Twitch, you can subscribe using your Amazon Prime account. You can subscribe for free. And that obviously always helps. Also same for YouTube, obviously. It's completely free on YouTube to subscribe. It always helps if you're creating content like this that is free for you guys. Give a little back. Give a subscribe to us. And that will help other people to find us as well. Sorry, just getting a little bit more. I got the break. I got some green tea and honey because this could still be a long night. Who knows? Right, so we don't. Well, Raoul is like the shorty here, 15 big blinds. But we don't have like actual super shorties. And we don't know what's happening at the other table. Again, there is, so I pinned it on Twitch on top of the chat. There is actually a live blog that tells you as well what's happening at the other table. But that one is reporting live and we are on a 30-minute delay. So obviously if you read anything that could give any information, don't say it because that could spoil the fun for people watching on the stream right now. But I mean, we are shortly before the final table anyway, so once we're there, we all know the same stuff. I mean, in theory, obviously, the blog can still spoil us stuff, so be careful. Sevens for Rama. Ooh, nice hand here for Raoul. King, Queen in diamonds. So he has 15 big blinds. So this is a very good reshove stack. The question is, does he want to do it here from the small blind? Only has one player behind. Buys himself a little bit extra thinking time. Oh, it only gives 20 seconds? I thought it gives 30 seconds. Wow. So one time bank, 20 seconds. Nicole says the blog will be in time with the stream, no spoilers. I think we got the information earlier that the blog is not going with a delay, but maybe when they go to the final table they will. Not sure. I have to go by what people in the chat are telling me, and so no idea what's correct. Yeah, but Raoul opts here for the all-in with King, Queen suited. Is it enough for Rama for the sevens to call? He only has 21 big blinds behind, so it's not an easy call here. Knowing This is the final table bubble and a pay jump. Calls. All in call. We have a flip. Sevens versus king, queen suited. Can Rama knock out the last player here to get to the final table? Or can Raul survive? The flop. There's a 7 right in the window, but like an inside straight draw as well for Raul. It's never easy, but at the moment it's just 3 outs, just a 10. Yeah, still just a 10, 3 outs for Raul. Otherwise, we do have the final table and we go on another break. And that's it. We lose Raul in 10th place. So that means, I'm very sorry, but we're going to go on another break because now we have the final table and now we have to like reshuffle everything. There is a redraw for the final table. And so that means we're going to have a little bit of a longer break as well. So I'm very sorry about that. But then when you come back, that means we're going to have almost 2 hours action straight before the next break is going to come. So yeah, at the moment, everybody has 7,220 euros safe. We are going to continue after the break with 9 players at the final table. So yeah, what you see right now is irrelevant. I mean, you see that Babubash has 51 big blinds, so obviously he's the chip leader now, but we don't know who's coming to the table. Maybe there's people with more chips. We will know in about 19 minutes. So very sorry, another break. See you in 19 minutes. Bye.
Well, Deeb is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip, and many minds he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's a
maybe just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of his.
Depends if you've done anything wrong.
Exposés.
Yeah.
The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozsvár. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leaders, pocket 7s, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah, suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself. Oh yeah, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice sized pot with King Deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop, so...
Well, Madani does have himself a king-high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
Yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K
there we go.
Into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald Karlik.
It's not so much the 30K bet, it's the people behind and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
That's right. I like just calling here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace-8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage as it pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board.
Do you have to
Plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani to not put any more money in. He gets showdown value.
And expenses the flight. Like, it's not, you're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah,
You have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
Yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it, and that leaves him merging.
Dingy place
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get a showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end, and the 9s are able to get face up for free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and Fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80K yourself.
Spots for Deeb, who currently runs in third, as you got a glimpse at the chip counts.
And everyone here had the 10,000 euro to get in this tournament. And I'm not trying to say Sean's more comfortable than everyone else, but, you know, he's played for millions of dollars numerous times in his life.
Well, Mr. Madani has played pocket kings enough to know exactly how to approach them pre-flop. Upstairs he takes us, 26,000.
Okay.
7s now for Deeb in the small.
That was a nice sigh.
Inflation not on his mind. 1-7 into the bin, by the way. Not good news for Sean, who's going to be all alone and out of position against these Cowboys. 10-9-3, couple of overs. Unclear whether or not he thinks 10x, 9x is part of the equation for a Madani open up front. Into 76 comes just a modest 18K, Justin. Not really a sizing that we anticipate is going to relieve Deeb of all of his range.
Yeah, I think Deeb is going to be calling just about everything, but this makes it nice price. Having the 10 and the 9 out there always presents more straight draws for the upper ends. The king jacks, queen jacks, king jacks, king queens. This is a spot where I fully expect Deeb to peel another one off, even if he does size it up here, which I'm sure he's going to do after down betting.
112 in the pot, and yet we continue to milk.
This is very milky.
What are the arguments against the downsized turn bet after that very downsized flop bet?
To me, it shows that he has some showdown value. If he has king high or queen high or even some ace highs right now, I expect him to bet big, put pressure on a lot of these hands. His bet sizing says to me he has a hand that he's okay getting to showdown no matter what.
Okay, now interestingly enough, even though we see Sean check, this is one of those cards that when you down bet flop and turn and the big or small blind rather defender gets to this point, that backdoor flush, middle pair card pairing could put us in a bit of a blender if all of a sudden Deeb were to have risen up for a healthy size. And Look at Madani, unafraid whatsoever of that development. Barrels once more.
1, 2, 3. And then, okay. 1, 2, 3.
Well,
60K.
the milk might work here. To your point, I thought Sean might consider it, maybe a check raise, just merge it a little bit. Probably would like to have the 7 of diamonds in his hand instead, but again, this just shows that he has just a ton of value. But I think Sean sleeps very well at night and
Yeah.
doesn't have to worry about what the other person had very often.
You know, he didn't look uncomfortable, but he did look a little bit confused by the line. And so 60K worth of curiosity satiated as those 7s find showdown. And unfortunately, they find the muck as well, once shown kings.
Tried to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty. Ooh, Kolzar on the button with a suited ace Jack.
Facing a consecutive open now from the chip leader, maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Schmeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think they will
we
end
could
up making a 38-minute
perceive that he's shifted gears, but Kolzar just content to flat ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar, in an awful way, unbeknownst,
no 45.
could take a price.
Well, as soon as I saw the 16 structure, I told him
I think Kolzar having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long.
people tend to lean the 3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly worse post-flop. Yeah, it's pretty ace-jack of diamonds.
I want to have a nice walk outside of the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar to
Not pumping enough, just let
dodge this situation. I'm not so sure Kolzar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pairing the nut flush draw over here, little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. $104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolzar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the Jack, you have showdown value inherently. So just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolzar. Schmeko draws dead. No justice.
Schmeko gives the little knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolzar's probably looking for an amount where he could get his, he checks back. Wonderful play.
Really
doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
What's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades on the river?
That's right.
And if you're Schmeko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolzar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolzar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs. but I do think Shimeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. You're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is you're going to fold to anyway.
No, by the way, zero hesitation. Shimeko understood exactly what he was going to do in the face of the only raise size that was available to Kolozar, and
That's
quite content on a stack of his depth.
I had noticed, like, when we were panning around to other tables, I didn't see a whole lot of, like, tiny stacks out there. So maybe he feels some pressure to build a stack a little bit, but I think he's just exploiting the deep and the over-opening of Olszewski as well.
Look at this. Shahar has maybe picked up on the scent that Deeb did, in spite of the fact that there was some resistance a moment ago that caused Sean to bin his Jack-5 of diamonds. Here we see Shahar with the kind of kit that we, under other circumstances, might not anticipate him entering the fray with.
Especially on Deeb's big blind, knowing that he's going to defend quite wide and fight tooth and nail a lot.
Yeah, queen 3 offsuit, whatever.
That
Deal me
qualifies.
2 trash napkins. Let's just see 3.
If you can flop quads with it, he'll play it.
Top pair here versus bottom pair on a diamond-free board. Snap check from Deeb. $27,000, the follow-through sizing. Deeb, of course, will be continuing, does so in the form of a flat. 6 of spades, turn. Sean, quite content to knuckle over and see what the opener has in mind. Shahar does find the check back, and he also finds himself kings up on the river here. Backdoor spades coming in, but I don't know that that's a concern, and value will be available provided that Deeb doesn't, for some, call it inexplicable reason, decide to bet. Could you block this? Or no, check just feels very sound.
I agree. I think you're more hoping to just be happy with your hand being a bluff catcher. You're hoping almost that he bets. This should be called fairly quickly from Deeb, I guess.
And yeah, there it is. Sean's like, okay.
That's respect. I like it. No, never mind. That look wasn't respect.
That was a bluff hand?
Well, what do you think, Justin? We going to burst that bubble in a hurry, or is it going to really start to grind down here? Obviously, we know if Sean has anything to do with it, we'll potentially get there in a hurry, courtesy of some sort of gnarly beat.
Sean might be, oh, he finally has it.
Yeah, ace, king of spades, and this is where things become dangerous with something like 90% VPIP over the last couple of orbits.
I always expect these bubbles to take a while. All of a sudden, the money, I'm sure it's 15,000 euros, becomes very real to people. You know, you put in all these hours over 3 days, you want to walk away with some money, tell people you made the money. Oh, boy. All right. Well.
Another ace-king surfacing in the small blind here after Madani decided to speculate on the button with 4-5 of diamonds. And that makes the proposition even more attractive than it already would have been for Vrancic to get his chips forward. He jams. Now, this is not an insignificant 229,000 for Sean. He is, of course, the covering stack, and ace-king of spades isn't really looking for the muck. He will ask for a count.
No, for sure. But I think Sean's picked up on the fact that people are exploiting his opens, and he's getting 3-bet a lot. This is a welcome side, even though he is going to just have some 8s and 9s here, so, and have to flip for half of his stack. But you know, he'll have the 1 flush draw against the 2 flush draws, and most likely they get to chop up Madani's money.
On. Followed right.
Yeah.
And Deeb over the top just to usher Madani further toward the muck in the event that he
Double suited ace king.
had something that might have left ace-king with an issue.
On TV, never do bad jokes.
Okay, sorry
10%
about it. I will
edge.
never do this again.
To Deeb, given the presence of the spades as we play a $500,000 chip pot. Vrancic.
Now I will 3-bet you every time.
Oh,
Oh no!
Wow.
Hey, buddy.
GG.
That is a devastating development there. Dare I call it unjust? Granted, we noted the 10% equity advantage. We just don't usually expect it to come to fruition in spots such as that.
Because of your cap.
Just like
You know,
that. Deeb is just as healthy as he was when we started the day.
Yeah, Sultan
It's good for the people.
gets showered.
A very warm welcome back to King's Resort in Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. We do have the final table now. So this was actually the break for the final table in the 550 The Festival main event. We had 710 entries in this tournament, and now we're down to our last 9 players. You see them here. We do have a bunch of new faces. So since the stream started, we have seen the same guys, but now we have a few new ones, and I will have an introduction of the players all around again. And then afterwards, I would love everybody in the chat and myself to pick our favorite. Like, who's gonna take this thing down? And yeah, my name is Christin Maschmann. I'm gonna lead you here through the night. Let's see how long this takes, but look at the chip counts. This is fairly deep. The shorty is Ariel Kayat from Israel with 10 big blinds. And then we have Zdravko with 16 big blinds. And the rest is basically like solid stacks, especially Paul Krasiunas. He's new. We haven't seen him before. 52 big blinds. And then right after that, we had a big stack as well. Let me quickly find the chip counts because I have them also here. Yeah. Babu Bash, he has 51 big blinds. Rigos has 50 big blinds. Rama, 40. Florin, 30. Enrico, 24. David, 22. And then 16 and 10. So pretty deep final table. This can take a while. I just lost the sound of the table. Can you guys hear the sound? Table sound still? I just lost it. Normally you hear like some chip clacker and so on, but that just went away. There it is. It's back. Okay, perfect. All right. So we're supposed to have 16 people return today from the original 710 entries, but only 15 did actually return. There was one player who did not show up, and he just blinded down until his chips were gone. So we do hope he's okay. So if anybody knows if Rafa is okay, if anything, obviously if something happened, don't give us details, but hopefully he's okay and he only overslept, which is sad enough. But yeah, so now we're down to 9 players. Everybody has 7,220 euros safe. And the winner tonight will go home with 81,100 euros. So tell me if you're still there. Write in the chat, what was the last thing you ate? Yeah, let's do that. What was the last thing you ate? Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to introduce the final table. So bear with me while I read this. So we had Florin before. So he's the most accomplished player when it comes to cashes at the table. So he's from Romania. He has lifetime earnings of $917,000, 150 cashes since 2012. And the biggest cash was 55,000 at WSOP Europe Colossus. He made the 5th place to 2022. Then in seat number 2, we have Babu Barsh. It's the only one using, oh, surprise, it's a German, using a nickname. So we don't have any infos here because we couldn't look him up on Hentenmob. Seat 3, he's new. We haven't seen him earlier today. David Veseli from Czech Republic. His lifetime earnings are $72,000. He has 29 cashes, and the biggest was in 2023, $12,000. Seat number 4. So I have no idea how to pronounce this properly. I would just say Gregor Flak from Poland. He has 244,000, so also quite a lot in lifetime earnings, 68 cashes, and the biggest one was 58,000 in 2025, so last year. And then our chip leader in seat number 5, Paul Krasiunas from Romania. Also pretty good lifetime earnings, 287,000. He had 61 cashes. The biggest was 30,000. And then Enrico Falco, seat number 6, we had him earlier as well. 5.8K lifetime earnings, only 6 cashes, and the biggest was 1,600. So he already absolutely surpassed his best cash. And then in seat number 7, Rama Prema from Czech Republic, we also had him earlier, 200,000 lifetime earnings, 34 cashes, and all of them in Czech Republic or Cambodia, which is funny. Biggest cash was $62,000 at EPT Prague Open main event, 9th place. And then we have 2 more players that we haven't seen yet. On seat number 8 is 16,000 lifetime earnings, 9 cashes. Biggest was 4,800, so he also surpassed his best cash here today. And then the last one, seat number 9, our shorty Ariel Kayat from Israel, $12,000 lifetime earnings, 8 cashes. Biggest was $4,500 in 2015. So he now surpassed that. 11 years later, he surpassed his biggest cash with this event. All right, so nobody's writing what the last thing they ate was. So I assume nobody's listening anymore, right? Did you all leave me? I just made a monster announcement of the final table and nobody is talking to me. Right, so as I said, normally when we have the final table, we pick a favorite. The German commentator, Stefan, he has a rule that you can't pick the chip leader, but I don't have that rule. So you can pick anybody as your favorite to win the tournament. And I will pick Florin because yeah, he's a very aggressive player. He's very solid. He is seems like the most accomplished player at the table. So I will say Florin is going to win this. Also, Year of Romania. But we have more than one Romanian. So, but yeah, I say Florin. Who's your favorite? Who do you think is going to win this thing? Rasvan Turza says Paul Krasiunas. Yeah, he's the chip leader right now, so good shout. Hey, Lunia says David Veseli. Go, go, go. I am Curly Frisk says, I think everybody has left. Yeah. Jay Whistler is still there. Okay, great. Good. Yeah, it's a problem when you have two, like, if you have one break, it's already dangerous, but we had 2 breaks after one another. So obviously we lost a lot of viewers in that time. But because we had a regular break and then the final table redraw, it means we have almost 2 hours now before the next break. So settle in, make yourself comfortable, get a snack, get a drink, And let's watch this and see how long it takes for the winner to emerge from this final table. Always funny, in the break, there was this video highlight from Kings when Sean Deep was there at the feature table. And I do have a little bit of a Sean Deep story. Because in 2011, so like for those of you that don't know, I've been working in the poker industry for 19 years, almost 19 years, and was working for PokerStars back in the day. So in 2011, the 2+2 forum sent some representatives to the Isle of Man to speak to PokerStars about, you know, what the poker players wanted and so on. And one of them was Sean Deep, and he was already a legend in 2011. And I was really nervous when I met him, and I was like, hey, I work for the poker school in Telepoker. And he was like, oh, no, you don't. And I said, yes, I do. And he said, no, you don't. Because the poker school back then was known for being like a fish tank, raising fish. So teaching strategies that apparently didn't agree with some of the other poker players. And we ended up like playing a home game at Lee Jones's house in the Isle of Man, and then ending up in some club in the Isle of Man, clubbing with Sean Deep in the Isle of Man. And then there is a picture that, you know, like on Facebook, every year you have like the memories and pictures come back up. So every year a picture resurfaces of me and Sean Deep in a doner kebab store in the Isle of Man at like 4 a.m. And we both look pretty intoxicated, and it's such a fun photo every time it shows up. And it's, yeah, it's just a long memory from a long time ago. And it's pretty cool now when I see Sean Deep at the WSOP or something. He knows me by name still, so it really feels cool. But yeah, just had to think about it when I saw him there. Oh dear. And now we see Rama actually here sucking out on Florin on the river. Hopefully the curse doesn't come in. So quite often when I picked somebody as my favorite, he's the first to bust. Well, it would be quite a thing if Florin actually busts here. Wins the pot. Right, so because I've been around for so long in the poker world, poker industry, working, playing, I have a lot of stories. So if you get bored by the poker and you want to hear some poker stories, just shoot me like a random poker player name and maybe I have some stories. Also, like, I'm happy to talk about the industry stuff. So for example, I was working for PokerStars when Black Friday happened, stuff like that. So a lot of stories to tell from, yeah, almost 20 years in the poker world. But in the meantime, obviously, we're going to look at the poker action here. What I've been trying to do previously is just to actually try and get some reads on players, because that's the beautiful thing when you can watch a live stream like this, because you can just shamelessly look at people and see what they're doing and see what their body language is like when they are strong or when they're bluffing. There's a lot to learn. And if you're just tuning in, or if it's maybe your first time watching a King's Resort stream, once the graphics are back, you can see all of the information about the tournament in the graphics. There they are. Like in top right corner, you see where it says field. So 710 entries. Now there's 9 left. And the bottom right corner, you see this is hand number 73 of this final day. You also see the blinds there, 60,000, 120,000 with a 120,000 big blind ante. And on the left side, you see the information about the players, obviously the cards that they are holding with a 30-minute delay. Don't forget, this happened 30 minutes ago. And then you also see in brackets there what the stacks are of the players. So what they started the hand with. And then as they go, that is being adjusted during the hand. So how much they have behind, which is super helpful. Obviously, this is just information we have. The other players don't have that. So nobody at the table is allowed to use their phone or any other devices that can send or receive information, other than the dealer, of course, because he has to talk to the production. Yeah, everybody has to give up their phones. They're all like on a table next to the TV table here. And you wouldn't be allowed to wear like an Apple Watch or something like that. Right, King, Queen of suit versus 7-9 suited. Good flop for Queen, Jack. Did I say King, Queen? I mean Queen, Jack. And there we go. We established that Babu Barsh has really good table presence. I thought I had a read on him, but I think that was just imagination. He seems to be pretty much doing the same thing. So it's very difficult to read him. Like exactly this is like he's sitting, he has a little bit of a pout and he's sitting back a little bit. I thought I saw him crouch a little more when he was strong, but I think I was wrong. So yeah, now this is interesting. We have 2 pair for Enrico, but we have an open ender for Babu Barsh. Bet and a call, we see a river. Boom. Enrico. Good, but Babu Barsh now goes all in. Wow. What a move from Babu Barsh. He only has the pair of 9s, but he's like fully representing. Wow. Whoa, what just happened? Amazing. Okay, nice move from Babu Barsh. Completely did not expect this. He started to tell a story and he continued and finished telling that story. Wow. Very nice. All right, nobody's in the chat. Maybe let's try this one. What was your biggest ever poker cash? Write it in the chat on YouTube or Twitch. Or both, if you like. Jay Winslow says, choose the winner of the festival. I did already. You say you're listening. I did already. Who's your favorite? I picked Florin. Like, to be honest, I would choose Babu Barsh, but I don't like people using nicknames, and unfortunately, this is pretty common amongst German players. Like all the other players here have their real names. Yeah, so I picked Florin. Jay Whistlelow, I make a prediction. Okay, make a prediction, please. Okay, make a prediction on who you think is gonna win, and also how long, like when the final table is going to finish. When will we have the winner? I think 11:24 local time. Whistlelow, my best cash is $10,324. Nice. Was that live or online? Because online I have you beat, live not. Okay. Can somebody on YouTube please write something in the chat? Now I'm actually thinking that there's a problem here. There's literally nobody speaking to me. Where are you guys? Jay Whistlelow live in HC Holland Casino, Utrecht. Nice. My biggest online was like a bit under 12,000. Yeah, but that was 2009 when online poker was still easy. That was a nice cash. And live, I had like twice about 6,500 euros. That was my biggest live. So it didn't have big cashes live, but it will come. Next year I want to play the main event, so there will be a big cash coming in. Roland on YouTube, hi, thanks for writing. 67,000. Wow. So this is the biggest we had so far. Was that live or online? Benjamin says online 18,000. Nice. When was that? Like current or also like me, like 2009? Okay, no problem. Good. Yeah, sorry. It's just like I have commentated on the German stream plenty of times, and both chats are usually like super active. And I know that the English streams are a bit more quiet. So I'm always a bit worried, like, is everything okay? Or is everybody just listening and that's it? Jay Whistlelow, I arrive at King's 12th August for the Dutch Classic. Nice. Good luck. Roland, FPF. Ah, the French Poker Festival 2025. Nice. First, wow. Okay, isn't like I've read some of the results here during the festival, and I think Paul, the Romanian guy, I think he won 2 side events in one day. Does anybody know? Like I saw like he had some fans in the chats, but like I think he's like absolutely crushing. If that's the same guy, he won 2 side events in one day, and now he's at the final table of the main event. Like, what the hell? How do you do that? That's incredible. All right, we have Zdravko. All in with ace queen offsuit. Paul has not called yet. But now he did, right? He did, yeah. All in call. Ace queen offsuit against tens. We have our first all in call of this final table. Okay, there we go. 6 queen king. Yeah. Zdravko, it's the queen. That looks very good for him. Only 1 out left, just 110 left in the deck. No, he doesn't hit it. So double up for the Croatian Zdravko Lamot. Isolo confirms, yeah. So it was him actually having the 2 wins in one day. Crazy. He wins 2 side events in one day and then makes the final table of the main event. If he wins this as well, honestly, like how is that even possible? It's mental. All right, Benjamin says, yeah, back in the good old days at PokerStars, full tilt, a final table in the Sunday warm, up. All right, yeah, I was like also in the good old days. I registered for like a random $55 tournament and won it, like straight up, like won the whole tournament and had like $12,000 in my account all of a sudden. I was like, that was mental. It's really cool. Yeah, it's more difficult nowadays to win that much online. How 13838. Hello. We hear you. Very good. Nice that you hear me. Street Poker Live is saying, hello, who is the commentator? I don't know who Adela is, but that's not me. I'm Christine Maschmann. Poker industry expert. Working in the poker industry for 18 years. Playing poker for 19 years. And I'm a bit like the wild card for Kings, so they sometimes put me in the German stream, sometimes in the English stream. Wherever I'm needed, we'll jump in, happily help. Because I love the pokers. We're getting a little bit more activity in the YouTube chat. Now on Twitch, only one person is talking to me, but okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. People soon should get back from work and then watching the stream. And Daniel said, how is it more difficult today? What do you mean? Oh, you mean online poker? People got better. That's the thing. Like 2009, there wasn't there wasn't as much information as nowadays for poker strategy. Nowadays, players are very well versed in like GTO play and like the best possible plays, and they play more aggressively. You have to imagine, like when I started playing in 2008, 2009, and I was working for the poker school, the stuff that we taught people was like, if you had 10 big blinds or less, was any 2 all in, basically. That was the stuff, the things that we've learned and did. So the strategies were wildly different from today's. And so even somebody like me could actually win money. So I made enough money every month to like pay my rent next to a full-time job. But nowadays, this is not really, unless you're studying, this is not really possible. But anyway, we do have a royal flush draw here for Ariel. So he's our shorty. He went all in with 6.7 big blinds that he had left. And Babu Bash has to think about it because he has a pair of aces, but no spade. So yes, if he calls, he's ahead, but a lot of chances to lose this. So he puts all his time banks out there so that the dealer can just take whatever they need, because he's just giving himself more time to think about it. The thing is, he has 61 big blinds, so he's not short. So this should be a fairly easy call. But yeah, it's good that he's taking that time to actually think about it. As the call, wow, we have a royal flush draw, guys. Can Ariel hit the 10 of spades for a royal flush, or any other spade for a flush to beat Babu Bash? Any 10 helps him as well, of course, for a normal straight. 8 outs. Any spade or a 10, or we lose Ariel, 9th place. 8 outs, going once, that's it. We lose our first player. That would have been so pretty to get like a royal flush here. So Ariel Kayat busts in 9th place for 7,220 euros. And everybody now has 9,400 euros safe. So we're not 5 figures yet, One more, then we have 5 figures. Moment 9,400 euros for everybody left. Rockstrick says so many softwares out there also, and it helps them to get better much faster, understand the game much faster than before. Yeah, exactly. So you have just so much more information on the internet. We have so many more tools. Obviously, you're not supposed to use the tools while you're playing online, and some poker softwares can recognize that, but we're not really safe of that. But even if you're not using it while you're playing, it just helps you to just better your game by so much. Okay, anyway, here's the chip counts. So we do have 2 more or less short stacks with Enrico and David, but not properly short stacks. And then we're Babu Bash with 73 big blinds. Absolutely running away here. 25% of all chips in play. And then also Gregor and Rama with pretty good stacks. Also Paul and Zdravko, pretty good stacks. So yeah, this again, like this can take a while. I mean, we had the shorty is out. So now let's see how this continues. Okay, Street Poker, you say Nitro from, okay. Sorry, I thought you knew more about that name because you say Baubarsch, but if it was Baubarsch, it would make more sense than Babu Barsch. So I don't know what that word is. Yeah. I'm not sure if it was a Nitro. Like, I think it was okay to just think a little bit. It's like, what is Nitro? And I was like, oh, you mean Nitro. Kings. Kings at the Kings for David. Benjamin, and the amount of players is definitely higher as 15 years ago. Yeah, but that's the thing. So, you know, you have like bigger prize pools, more money, and in theory, you know, with all the experience, we should be able to then cash in on that. But if you haven't, like me, properly caught up with studying over the years, then it's just not as easy anymore to, like, I don't see myself making enough money to pay my rent nowadays. So, but that was possible in 2009 for sure. It was just simple ABC poker. Now ABC poker is not enough. You need some moves. But yeah, that's why, you know, I don't want to like advertise, but it's just like, have the big sites, right? GG Poker, PokerStars, big player pools, big prize pools, like big tournaments and so on. But then it gets more interesting to play on the smaller side. So I work for bwin Poker now. So it's in Germany, it's like one of the smallest, but obviously always pay attention what is like licensed in the country that you're playing in. Because in Germany, only 5 sites are regulated and have licenses, and bwin is one of them. And so that's, the tournament's a bit smaller there. So it feels a bit more like back in the days because you don't have these massive player pools. So it has a bit of a old school feel almost, more relaxed. Anyway, David gets a 3-bet now, and now he's thinking, okay, what do I do with that? And he decides to 4-bet all in, which I think might be a little too greedy. But again, like, I mean, he got chips out of it, at least something. Yeah, not sure. Not sure if that should have been an all-in there. But I mean, he just kept telling the story, which was the correct story, right? He opened under the gun, he showed strength, and then he continued showing strength, and that's it. Yeah, Benjamin said, but I missed the US players online. That's true. Yeah, that put a big dent in everything. Again, like I was working for PokerStars when Black Friday happened. It was so scary. Because we thought we all lose our jobs now with the American market just gone. But the good thing was I was working for stars and not for full tilt, because that was even more scary then. Sorry. Drinking my tea with honey. I had one commentator gig couple months ago with APK, Aaron Paul Kramer, and it was nice to actually have a co-commentator because it's quite straining if you have to talk for like 10 hours or something straight. So today I'm trying green tea with honey throughout the stream. Let's see if that helps. Queens for Enrico. I'm a bit upset with myself now, because if I had realized that Paul is actually that guy who won 2 side events in one day, I would have chosen him as a favorite, but I chose the other Romanian guy. So yeah, if you have a favorite at this table, put it in the chat. It's quite fun to be sweating certain players. All right, we have a call from Zdravko with ace jack offsuit. All right, there's the flop. 4-5-4. Queen still ahead. Cheeky check from Enrico. Okay, check back. We see the turn. Okay, now it's a full house for Enrico. And yeah, as you can see up on top, there's only 3 aces left in the deck. The 4 would have also helped, but it's out already. Ah, yeah, of course. The 4 got folded already. A Whistler could well become one of the 2 Romanians, yeah. Like, there's always this joke that Joe Stapleton started with Year of Romania. But it's like, it feels like every year is Year of Romania. I have to say, though, not just because I'm in Bulgaria right now, but Bulgarians start looking pretty hot in poker. Not here at Kings necessarily, but like in general, when you see like results from Vegas as well and like other results, like I think Bulgarians are starting to be on the up and up. So maybe it's like Year of Bulgaria soon. Basto Batman, what are you saying? You're anti-sweating? You're anti-sweating someone? I'm not reading that. That's not nice. Whistler says, are the casinos in Bulgaria smoke-free? No, they are not. But I haven't been in a Bulgarian casino in a while. So there's one here in Bansko, but it's closed now because it's not the snow season anymore. So they are only open during the winter season. And I've been told they smoke there. So I never actually went. And I've been to a casino in Sofia like 10 years ago, and I played poker there, and the poker room was so close to the rest of the casino floor where everybody was smoking that basically people were like they weren't smoking at the table, but it was as smoky as if they were. And then I played once in Varna. I didn't play because they only offered 2.5 as the smallest game. I don't remember that being very smoky, so I think that was fairly okay in Varna. But yeah, I think people are still smoking quite a bit. But I don't think at the table anymore. I think that's done at the poker table. But again, if the whole casino is not ventilated well, it's not like in Vegas, right? When you play in Vegas in a poker room and they are smoking around in the slot area or something, you don't actually smell it that much because the air conditioning is wild in the States. If you're in a casino where the air conditioning isn't very strong, and then you're just basically sitting in the smoke, that's it. But I remember actually here at King's when I played in 2016 at King's, I played some cash game and people were still smoking at the cash game table. That was terrible, and they actually stopped doing that just basically the day after I left. They stopped that because I was there for the New Year's Eve party, and then from like 1st of January 2027 they stopped smoking at the cash game tables. All right, King Queen. Why do I always say King Queen when it's Jack Queen? Jack Queen offsuit versus 5-6 of clubs. So there are 2 clubs on the flop and a jack, pair of jacks for Enrico. So we will have a little more firework, but Enrico only has 16 big blinds left. Whistler says, in March I played in Namur in Belgium. I never played poker in Belgium. I have to do that someday. I think I played poker in like 17 countries or something. I cashed in 13 countries, so I'm pretty proud of that. Turn. Oh, it's a club. David actually makes the flush on the turn. Enrico there's a higher club in his hand. So if we make it to the river, and the river should bring another club, Enrico will win the pot. Let's see what happens. I guess the best move is just to... Yeah, I guess the best move is just to go all in for David. I don't know. No, maybe mathematically it's not the best move, but I feel like he doesn't want to give him another cheap card. So he bets 500,000. It's like half pot. I guess that's probably the best move. I'm like all in. Deny any equity. Yeah, so this is a tough spot now. So he says like, okay, half pot. And at the moment, he might think he's still good. Obviously, he doesn't know that he's running into a flush, but it's a little flush. Let's see what David is doing here. Just call? Yeah, he just calls. All right, so if the river brings another club, we're in trouble. No club. So now the question is, can David get any more value out of Enrico? He checks. So he gives him like how you, as you say, he gives him rope to hang himself. Oh, David is looking at his chips. This is all in off hold. Oh, that was not the best move. Yeah. Wow. Big, nice pot for David here. And Enrico. Oh, wow. I'm very sorry. I completely misread the two players. Oh, my God. The focus is already going. I'm so sorry. I mixed up the two players. So stupid. Never mind. Nice pot for David. Just ignore the last 5 minutes. Oh, man. All right, next hand. This is hand number 84. Thanks, how. This stuff is so embarrassing when it happens. This is like completely misreading something. But yeah, it does happen. It was funny, like the times when I had like 16-hour streams, Kings, and my brain completely shut off. I was just like sitting there staring at the screen. And I was like, oh yeah, I have to speak. And just like, okay, he raises, he folds, and then going back to sleep basically. But now we're not even, like this is just like 4 hours and I'm already misreading stuff. So that doesn't help. But yeah, thank you very much. It happens. Yes, Granny Hoven, I just said that I misread the hand. Not a two-pass baby? What do you mean? And which baby? Yeah, we still haven't found out what happened to the player who didn't show up today. Still hope he's okay. If anybody knows, would love to know if he's okay, because that's really scary, right? If you start the final day and a player is just not showing up and the stack is just blinding down and then he's out, and just hope he overslept and nothing happened. Derek Daddio says, are you from the US? No. Do you not hear my accent? I'm German. Yeah, my name is Christin Maschmann, so that should give it away, like very German name. And I'm a bit of a wild card here for Kings. Sometimes they put me in the German stream if they need help, sometimes in the English stream. Basto Batman says he's okay. He thinks it starts at 8 p.m. No. nobody would think it starts at 8 p.m. That's a little off. Like that's what I've heard, because normally these Monday final tables start at 2 p.m. So I thought maybe he thought that, but then he still didn't show up at that time, and then I got worried. Right, Jack 9, 4, 10, 3 spades. So Florin has a pair of jacks and the flush draw, but yeah, it's okay. Hand is over. The Whistler says, you have indeed made cashes in a number of fantastic countries, adding an international touch to your poker achievements. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Like, listen, this is like what, like, I don't have big cashes, like in my 19 years of playing, but I do have cashes in 13 countries. And as I said, like 17 different variants of poker, like variations of poker. So like if it's like stud 808 or PLO or fixed limit hold'em or no limit hold'em, I have a bunch of different cashes, and that makes me proud. It's like I only have like 40,000 lifetime earnings, so that's really not a lot in 19 years. But the breadth of results make me proud, so I'm very happy. Top Hitter, hello, I remember your username. He says, follow her poker journey. She was a high roller. Nah, never been a high roller. The biggest tournament I've ever played was 2,200 euros at an EPT, like a side event, which I cashed again. Two, actually. No, hang on. So I played 2,000 euro tournaments, and I cashed one of them. So those were the biggest buy-in. But next year I want to play the WSOP main event and a EPT main event as well. So next year is my 20-year poker anniversary. So the big cash is coming in next year. Peter, why are you not with Stefan? Did Stefan say I'm commentating the English stream? Yoda code says, so a guy that was at the final table did not show up. He busted 9th. He didn't show up for the final day. So we were 16 when we started playing. And he busted like 12th, I think. Something like that. Yeah, he did not show up. His stack just blinded down. Peter, yeah, I think that was during the Dutch Classics, right? So that's why there was a lot of Dutch people. But that's true. There were a lot of Dutch viewers in the stream. Yeah, I did the PLO as well, yeah. It was like my first English stream commentary was also PLO. So it's like, oh my God. It's like my brain had to switch in like 2 different ways. Yeah, I did commentate a PLO, but just yeah, it was because I obviously I know all the games, like, but doesn't mean I'm good at them. So so I know PLO, of course, but I also misread. Like it took a while, but then I misread a hand as well. That did happen. Yeah, you remember. Very good top hitter. And I remembered your username. See. Right, are we going to flop? Yeah. Ace Queen offsuit versus 10-8 suited. Ay, both players flop a pair, but Paul with a better pair. David will pay at least once with his pair of tens. Both have roughly the same stacks. Yeah, that's the call. A nothing changing deuce on the turn. Lorenzo said, all that I know about PLO is open double suited. I wish I was good at PLO. Like I think if you're actually understanding more than just the rules of the game, it can be absolutely fascinating. But like I once tried a PLO cash game in Vegas, and it was just like I made a big mistake right in the beginning because it said 1-2, and I was like, oh great, 1-2, like a 1-2 PLO game, so it's good for me to practice. And then when I sit down with $200, they say, you know, it's 1-2-5, right? And I'm like, what? So obviously didn't have the right stack to play that game, but I was like, whatever, I'm sitting now. And then with my $200, it went like, bam, up to 500, down to 100, bam, up to 700, blah, blah. And then it was like up to 900, and then back down to 200. And then when I was at like 400, I just stood up and was like, okay, this is wild. Like PLO is crazy. And I'm not sure if I can deal with those kind of swings. But yeah, I wish I was better at it because like if you hit the right swing and then are able to actually leave a game at the right moment, man, there's so much money to be made in PLO. But yeah, I don't feel confident enough to sit down in those games. It's wild. Yoda Code says, so much variety of games at this festival. That's nice. I've seen a bunch of mixed games and also OFC. Yeah, that's the thing. I really want to play the festival one day because it's obviously it's a tour, right? So they have different stops. This one is here at King's was this week, previous week, and they have all these mixed games. And I really like to play mixed games because it's usually more fun. People aren't as serious. As you see here, like No Limit Hold'em players are very serious all the time. And in mixed games and ladies events, I have to say, people are just not as serious. And it's just we're playing cards together. It feels more like, hey, we're just playing cards together. So the festival is really offering these kind of things. And yeah, seeing open-faced Chinese on the menu, and not just once, but twice. I think they had 2 OFC tournaments. It's pretty cool. And because I was talking about Sean Deep earlier, when he was in the Isle of Man and I met him there, like in 2011, he actually taught me open-faced Chinese. So that was pretty, like, legendary. I got taught open-faced Chinese by Sean Deep. So pretty cool. Anyway, here, there's a really cool hand right now. Pair of kings for Gregor. Pair of jacks for Babu Bash. And a bunch of draws. Okay, both make the straight. So let's see if it actually comes to a chop pot or if somebody can steal it away. But no, that's not going to happen. Both have the nuts. Both players have the nuts. So it's going to go boom, boom, boom. And look at the stacks. Like this is like both must be like, oh my God, I have the chance to double. Like Gregor is like, oh God, I could have 90 big blinds. Yeah, so somehow these chips are gonna go in, and then it will be a chop pot. Yeah, Yoda, you said like Powell actually won 2 tournaments in one day that day, not just the OFC. He won another event, and like so if he wins this one as well, this is like the run of a lifetime. 2 side events in one day, and then the main, and then he makes the main event final table. It's like what? What is happening? So I was saying earlier that Babu Bosh is like the best example for like a good poker face because he's always doing the same thing. But now that he has the nuts, look at how he looks. Like this is really the interesting thing. If you look at somebody and it's like, okay, this is how a person looks like that has the nuts, as opposed to this is what the person looks like when they're bluffing. And then saving that information in the back of your head and then using it later when you need it is so valuable. So yeah, there we go. Chop, chop. Chop it up. Rod Collins said, like you, proud to be a grinder playing and cashing small to mid-sized tournaments. 99% of players will never see a six-figure score. Enjoy the game. Yeah, exactly. That's a really good attitude. Because like in the end, it's a card game, right? Of course, you can always go like, yeah, but I see it differently. I want to do this for a living. Fine. But most people just want to play some cards, you know, just have fun and have a good time. And so that's the responsibility as well of those players that want to make a living of it, is to make sure that those people still have fun. Don't make it too boring or too serious, because then people will just not come back. That's why a festival like this, the festival, is so valuable, because it just brings people to the tables that can play all kinds of games. And also, just to point it out, during the WSOP right now in Vegas, most of the No Limit Hold'em numbers are down, and most of the mixed game numbers are up. So it's an interesting development right now that I think a lot of people are a bit sick of No Limit Hold'em because it got too serious, and people are embracing mixed games more. So I appreciate that. I can just encourage everybody to study the other games because there's so many other poker games. It's not just No Limit Hold'em. Lady in the comment box, you don't gonna play the grind on tour in Namur? I think it's nice for you. Yes, and especially because I'm friends with Felix, so I know him very well for many years. But no, I'm in Bulgaria right now, so it doesn't fit my travels to go there. But I was at the community festival that they played in Liechtenstein. So it wasn't the grind on tour, but sort of, basically. Didn't cash anything, unfortunately. Didn't get my Liechtenstein flag. I do have a Czech flag because I cashed in Prague before it during the EPT ladies event. Which in hindsight is quite epic because it was 2016 and it was a 200 euro ladies event. And I made the final table with, amongst others, Christin, back then still big now, nowadays Foxen, a 200 euro tournament. And now she's just like winning 25Ks and stuff like that. Absolute amazing. And I did buy some action from her when she won a bracelet, her first bracelet in Vegas. So I do have 1% of a bracelet. I should write that somewhere. Like, these are my lifetime earnings and 1% of a bracelet. Exactly. How 13838 says it. Like, I go with 3,000 euros for a festival just to enjoy it. If I win some, is a bonus on a poker holiday. That's how I see it as well. I mean, I don't take 3,000. I don't usually have that much. Well, I do quite often sell action as well, so then I can do something like that. But that's the things. And also, I have a rule for myself. I play every tournament like a freeze out, so I don't do re-entries. So then if I bust the tournament, then I just go and enjoy wherever I am, like go for some cocktails, or especially like Barcelona is great when you just go to the pier, have some tapas and sangria. So you played poker and had the best of the town that you're visiting. So yeah, I love that. Poker holidays are the best. All right, all in here from Enrico. He has hit the queen. Paul has hit the 7. And now is the question, is this 7.8 big blind shove too much for Powell to call because he has only 26 big blinds behind as well. So he puts all his time banks out to put in a little bit more of thinking. Yeah, it's exactly what you both are doing exactly what you're supposed to do. Like Paul looks over to see if he can read anything, and Enrico is covering his face as much as he can. But then he's still playing with his time banks there, so that can, yeah, oh, wow, okay. He calls. So at the moment, Paul is very much behind. He only has 10% equity, only 1-7. If you see on top there, it says 1-7 is left. 1 out is left in the deck. Even a 6 doesn't help him, just the 7. Nope, still only the 7. Otherwise, Enrico doubles up. And double up for Enrico. And now Paul is down to 19 big blinds. Both have the same stack now. They both basically evened out. Yeah, Yoda Code says, interesting. If the trip costs are not that high, it makes sense and probably makes it a lot more enjoyable. Yeah, exactly. So I'm usually trying, like if I go to poker, like I'm not going to that many poker events anymore nowadays. But back in the days, I tried to like share a room with somebody, you know, really try and have as low travel costs as possible. And then do both, like do some sightseeing, play some poker, and then hang out and wait for people to bust the tournaments and go have drinks with you. That's what I basically did for many years. And it's really cool. Made a lot of poker friends and saw a lot of cool poker venues. Bay Whistlow says, for me, the Dutch Classic is also a holiday when I know many Dutch people. Yeah, that's cool as well. You have your community around you. Like I like Kings and Rosserdorf for a poker trip because that's poker, right? So basically you have 24/7 poker and the rest of the time you can enjoy like countryside. And a lot of people have a problem with that. And it's like, oh, but there's nothing around King's Resort. It's like, who cares, right? It's like, I grew up in the countryside. So for me, it's like, it's really nice to have a walk around the woods and the fields and all that. And it's really relaxing and really cool. And then there's massage places and whatever. But King's is really great for a poker trip, you know. But then if you go to a place like, let's say Prague, you know, you can also play poker at King's Casino in Prague at the Hilton. So then you go there, play some poker, and then you can explore Prague. So I love to do that. Well, I did, now in winters I'm in Thailand, but like I did do that for many years. That in every December I was, for the EPT Prague, I was in Prague. And just love it so much, especially around the winter time. It's like really magical there. So I'm trying next year to go and play my very first EPT main event in Prague next year. And maybe you guys can share in the chat like what your favorite poker location is, your favorite poker trip. For me, I have to say it's Vegas. I do love Vegas, and I love that there's also 24/7 poker, but you have an option, right? There's like all these different venues and stuff happening. And I love the promotions that they do. Again, professional poker players have a problem with the extra promotion dollar that goes out of every pot in most Vegas casinos. But I'm a recreational player. I like that. I like the little high hand bonuses and that kind of stuff because it just adds another layer of fun, right? So, but you know, it's for everybody. It's different for everybody. But yeah, for me, Vegas is my favorite poker destination. I even, like I'm mentioning, I even wrote a book about my Vegas experiences. It's called StripNet. I'm a knit on the strip, and you find it on Amazon. Just mention that because it's fun. Like, wrote about my Vegas experiences the first 7 times I visited in book form. And I have a bunch of vlogs as well about poker travels and so on my YouTube channel. A lot going on. All right, we have a bunch of clubs here. Just like in Vegas, there's a lot of clubs. Ha ha ha. All right. So we had the open from Babu Bosch. Rama calls, and now in the big blind, Zdravko as King Jack suited. 20 big blinds behind, so this is an interesting spot. So he does play a time bank to give himself a bit more time. Yeah, it's a tough one. You have all the options. You can fold, you can call, you can go all in. Calls. Yeah, he calls. All right. We have 3 players to the flop. If there's clubs, we have fireworks. No, all spades. 9, Jack, 6, all spades. So Zdravko actually hits a pair of jacks, but obviously the spades are a thorn in his thigh, or however you say it in English. Thorn in his eye, on his thigh. Rama with a 1 big blind bet. Trying to control the pot here. But yeah, it's the thing. Oh, just a call from Zdravko. Dangerous with 3 spades. The min bet. What just happened? Oh. Okay, not sure what just happened, but anyway. Zdravko wins the pot. Yoda says, I've been off poker for almost 2 years now, but I want to make a trip to Bratislava. I've heard good things about it lately, and compared to Rosvadov, you have some things to go around the city. Yeah, it all depends on what you're going for, right? But although, like, isn't the Bratislava casino also quite outside? Like I don't know which one you're going to, but yeah, it always depends. Like, I love having the fresh air and the relaxation of Rosvadov, and it's like a pure poker thing then when you're there. But yeah, if you want to make a poker trip with sightseeing and stuff, then obviously there's other places to go to. Like, I enjoyed the time when I was actually basically living in Rosvadov. So 2020, I was doing this commentary for like 3 months in Rosvadov. One time there was a friend of mine there with a car. So like all the weeks before, I saw like a castle ruin on the top of a mountain, like not a mountain, like a hill. And I was like, oh, I want to go there. I want to check out that castle, right? And once, like, a friend of mine was there with a car, and then we made the trip out and actually hiked up to that castle ruin. It was really cool. I mean, that's the cool stuff then. So instead of just sitting in the poker room, we just took a day trip and looked at a Czech castle. Ruin. So there wasn't much left of it, but it was still cool. And obviously having a little hike was nice. Yoda says, first time I was at King's, I went out after 5 days. Sunlight was burning my eyes. Well, that's not healthy. That's not what you should do. Like, I tried as well to sometimes when I was at King's to just like, when there was a tournament break or something, to just do one loop around the building at least so that you're outside a little bit. But that's also the danger when you're in Vegas. Like, it can also happen that for days you don't see the outside. Also, I do love the food options. Like, I know, and I say that every time, like, a lot of people complain about the buffet at the King's. I love it. Like, I think it's great. And the restaurant at King's is amazing. And then also, if you go in the direction of the German border, there's a restaurant, like I think the restaurant is called Bailey's as well. Yeah, Bailey's restaurant. And in my eyes, and I've traveled a lot around the world, it's the best Hawaii pizza I've ever had in my life. It's at Bailey's restaurant in Roswedorf. So if you're ever there, check it out. If you like pineapple on pizza, check it out. All right, we have a heart flop here, 4 to 8 all hearts. At the moment, Babu Bash still ahead with pocket nines. The turn brings the 5. Babu Bash still ahead. Bets it now. Yeah, Enrico has 2 overcards, but not enough to pay. Okay, Yoda agrees. Bailey's is really good. Yep. And Jay Dislow says now at the border is Vian, a very good restaurant. Is that the new Asian restaurant? I haven't checked that out yet. I know a lot of people are talking well about it. And it's exactly, I think, what Roswedorf needed was like an Asian restaurant. But I haven't tried it yet. Yeah, okay. The thing is, usually I don't have a car when I'm there. And like to get to that area, you need a car. I mean, you can take the shuttle, right, of King's. It was back in the days, it cost like €5 to shuttle to the Bailey's area. I don't know if they still do it for that price. King's at the King's for Gregor. Okay, I have no idea in Polish how to say that name. I will just say Gregor. €5 single trip. Okay, it's still the same. That's good. Queens, ay. We're gonna have a clash of the giants here. Enrico is gonna go all in. I think we're gonna lose the Italian here. Kings versus queens. He only has 16 big blinds behind, so this should be just a shove now from him. And then it will be a snap call from Gregor. Oh no. Oh no. Bad news for the Italian. Yep, there's the all-in face, and there it is. I know this sounds weird, but people have an all-in face. The moment before they say all-in, you can see it in their face. Oh, there's a queen being folded by Florin, so we know at least one queen is out. Ay. Bad news for Enrico. He only has 1 out, unless there was another queen folded that we didn't see. Okay, so here's the flop. 10-10-8. Not even the hearts don't help because Gregor has the king of hearts. So yeah, you see on the top 1 queen is left. Just Enrico is drawing to 1 out. 1 single out, just the queen. Otherwise we lose the Italian. Yeah, that's it. GG, Enrico Falco. He busts in 8th place and receives €9,400. And now the remaining 7 players are guaranteed a payday of €12,300. We are in the 5-figure realm now. Wojciech says, Gregor Flack for the win. Come on, GG. So with his name, I will just ignore the Z's, the Z's in his name and just say Gregor. I hope that's okay. There's too many Z's in that name. Jay Whistler. Okay, it sounds like you really like that restaurant. I have to check it out next time I'm in Rosvadov. Yoda says, were you playing the United Poker Festival in Bulgaria 2 weeks ago? No. No, the last time I played poker in Bulgaria is like 10 years ago. I'm in Bansko, so it's in the south of the country, like an hour north of Greece. So if I want to go to Sofia, it's like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. If I want to go to Varna, I think that's where that event was, right? That's like 6 hours to drive. So no, and I don't have a car, so. You should read RZ like J in French. J? Like grz. Grz. No, that's so hard. It's a bit like I'm taking Bulgarian lessons while I'm here in Bulgaria. And there are some words as well where my tongue is just not doing it. Because there's just vowels missing. There should be a vowel. I don't know how they do it. Like in seat 8, Zdravko, right? This sounds like a bit like Bulgarian language sounds as well. It's like there's 2 little vowels in that name. Anyway, we have a hand. Not an interesting one, but David has Jack 9 offsuit. Gut shot, straight draw. Gregor with 6 deuce has nothing. Something like that. Grzegorz. 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 Ooh. Here comes a bet from Gregor. Sorry, I'm gonna keep saying Gregor. He has the right gut feeling here. And there's the fold. Well played by the Pole. I'm actually gonna next month visit Poland for the very first time in my life, which is weird because I'm German and it's the only country bordering Germany that I haven't visited yet. So in case you don't know, Germany borders 9 countries and I've seen all the other 8, but I haven't been to Poland yet. So next month I will have a short stop, like a train journey. I will stop in Warsaw just for like 2 nights and then I continue to Vilnius, Lithuania, also via train. And then I go to Latvia, Riga. Through 3 new countries in 1 week. So I already have seen 55 countries and I will just add 3 in 1 week. So that will be pretty cool. Thai TV, I'm not sure what you're trying to do, but you should probably stop doing it. Because the chat rules don't like what you're doing. Pocket 8s for Gregor. DW says you left the best country for the end. It's not the end, but the end of this little Baltics plus Poland trip. Yeah, yeah. I'm actually looking. Like the thing is, like the company I work for, BWin, has an office there, and there's going to be a summer party. So I'll be there, and then I stay a bit over a week to have a look at Riga, do some sightseeing, and so on. And then after that, I will travel to Asia, and I stay there for like 8 months or something. Ah, that's okay. Thai TV says send the video with the name pronounced. Okay. I will just say Gregor. I'm sorry. Like normally I'm really trying to pronounce stuff, but this is going to take me a while, so I will check it out after the stream. Ace King offsuit for David. All in, he says, 13 big blinds go into the middle. Let's see if he finds a customer. Nope. Okay, here's a little quiz, because the chat is so quiet again. I've visited 55 countries, but one of them doesn't exist anymore. So can you guess what the country is that I visited that doesn't exist anymore? You can read Don Greg. I will just say Gregor. Open raise from Florin from under the gun with ace jack offsuit. That's enough. All right, any guesses? What's the one country I visited that does not exist anymore? Jay Whistle said, dinner break for me. Be right back. All right. Enjoy. Tell me afterwards what you had, because I love food. Yoda said, depends on your age. Yugoslavia? Nope. Oh, there's a how on YouTube also guessed Yugoslavia, and Paul as well. No, it wasn't Yugoslavia, and it wasn't Czechoslovakia either. Don Greg. Call Me Double said, oh, my favorite poker player, Florin. Yeah, I actually picked Florin as my favorite for this, so let's see. A lot of Gregor fans here. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. It was Eastern Germany. The democratic Germany, Deutschland. I visited it for 1 day. 1 day only. There's another one asking if I was playing the United Poker Festival in Bulgaria 2 weeks ago. No, I wasn't. This is literally the same wording as Yoda did What is happening here? It's the same wording. East Germany. Yeah, you got it, Paul. Word for word. Like, this is so weird. Like, he copy-pasted it. Right, so we have a queen 9 deuce rainbow flop and 2 players that have hit nothing. And we have action. So you see, this is why I picked Florian as my favorite to win this. He's pushing Babu Bash around. It works. Well played, sir. Wow, all the Gregor fans here going wild in the YouTube chat. All right, new dealer, new blinds. Gregor fans, he's the chip leader, 64 big blinds. Babu Bash second in chips, 51, and then it's like a middle field, basically. So we have 2 absolute chip leaders. No real shorty, although David with 16 big blinds is almost in the danger zone. Paul with 19, not looking too peachy. Florian also only 20. But yeah, with 2 people running away with the chips here. With 7 left. On the Gretzky. We have 3 hearts on the board now. And Florin has a heart. Victor says Gretzky, almost 2 meters. Okay. Okay. A deuce on the river. It does give Babu Bash a pair. But, well, 2 pair. Counterfeited 2 pair. Oh, wow. That's surprising. Why did Florian call that? I'm a bit... Hang on. What just happened? Was it just a very small bet and Florian thought Jack High was good? If you wonder how old he is, he's almost 2 meters. Okay. I love the YouTube chat right now. Bird, back again. Welcome back. Hmm. Okay, here's like a proper rail here, Gregor. And the Twitch viewers, you can't see the YouTube chat right now, but there's like a bunch of people using all kinds of nicknames for Gregor. Don the best Gretzky of all time. Don Greg highest in the room. The biggest Don the Gretzky. Pretty funny. Bit spammy, but very funny. Schön. All right, 2 pair for Babu Barsh. Nothing for David. Fold. You calling me Sunshine? I mean, it is like my nickname on most social media channels is Nice and Sunny, so I'm sort of a sunshine. It's ironic in a way because I'm always wearing black. I only wear black and my nickname is Nice and Sunny. I write in the YouTube chat so you see my YouTube name is Nice and Sunny. Right, we have ace 6 versus ace 8. But then, what do you say in Poland for hello or good day? Do you also say dobry den? Like in Bulgaria and Czech Republic, you say dobry den. You all go to the Bahamas if you win. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, that should be enough. Depends on how many you guys are. Oop, there we go. All in call. David versus Goliath. No, Babu Barsh. Ace 8 versus ace 6. So David is ahead, but at risk. Ah, yeah, Dzień dobry. Yeah. Of course. I have to learn because I will spend 2 nights in Warsaw, so I have to learn the basic. 7-7. Ace 8 still ahead. There are some opportunities now. And there you go. David doubles up. Double up for David. I need to check the Polish song Belmondo. Dzień dobry. Okay. I'll write it down. Here's the sound of my pen. I'll write it down. Basto Batman writes, Vamos! Happy about the double up. Okay, as I have so many Polish people here right now, so I will not have a lot of time when I'm in Warsaw. But the one day I'm going to do the sightseeing tour, like the hop on, hop off. And then straight after that, I go on a food tour around Warsaw, like a 3-hour. I like to do that when I visit new countries, to do a food tour, because you learn a lot about a place through food, and you have to eat anyway. And I like food, so that's usually what I book. And what is something that you feel somebody who's visiting Poland for the very first time should definitely eat or drink? question to all the Polish viewers. Or anybody really. Maybe some people have been to Poland. Can recommend something. Do a kebab. What makes it special? I'm writing everything down, guys. We have a lot of hearts here. Gregor with ace-7 in hearts. And Babu Barsh with 4-5 of hearts. Right. Powell is in. In the big blind, Jack 10 offsuit, we have 3 players. Pure flop. Of 3, 9, 3. Rainbow. Very boring. No lavage? No. I'll write it down. I would think Poland is big on beer as well, right? Pivo. I wrote down the name of the bar. Okay. Cool. Thanks, guys. Using the stream for travel tips. Baz says, went to a Polish wedding once. All food was excellent. Just stay away from vodka. And as far as I know, like Polish weddings can take like a week or something, right? Open raise from Babu Barsh from the hijack with ace-4 in spades. Yeah, Bird, by the way, I'm not sure if you were here earlier when I said that. Like normally what I like to do with the commands is that the command payout just gives you like the remaining payouts and the command payouts gives you all the payouts. But I think that's what you did there anyway. But I saw earlier that there was an auto thing that even if you post, you said exclamation mark payout, it gave you the payouts, like all of them. So I changed that. All right, Gregor calls with ace-jack offsuit. He is ahead for now. Let's see what the flop brings. 7-6-3. Not bad for Babu Barsh, but Gregor is still ahead. RDW, I get it. 3 days wedding, okay. Right, Babu Bash bets. Gregor calls. We see the turn. Oh, 10 of spades. Very tempting now for Babu Bash. Continue, and Gregor still has 2 overcards to the board. It gets spicy. Okay, not getting spicy. Babu Bash wins the pot. A nice sky bars in Warsaw. Okay. Well, that's the thing. So I do have that food tour booked, and it's like it starts at 3 p.m. and it ends at 6:30. So no idea where they take us, but 3.5 hours food tour through Warsaw. I love food tours. So good. Right, we're gonna see the chip counts, right? No, not. Did I just miss them? Anyway. Nah, I don't want to go to a World War museum. I'm German. I've learned all about it in school. We've been told enough how bad we are. Don't have to see that. I was just surprised how expensive Warsaw is. I was like trying to look for affordable accommodation for those, like, how am I, like 2 nights? 2 nights. 3 nights. And it's just, everything's expensive. So I was very surprised about that. Yeah, I won't have time for museums. I'm not there long enough. I'm just like, I want to get an impression of Warsaw. And if I like it, I'll come back and spend more time. But to be honest, just the prices are turning me off. But I want to see other places in Poland anyway. I want to see Krakow and what's Gdansk. Those are still 2 places I want to see at some point in the future. It's a pair of jacks for Paul. Gdansk. See, there's like vowels missing. Oh no, for now I just have Gdansk and what did I say, Krakow on my list. But again, I'm gonna see Warsaw first and get an impression. All right, Zdravko. What are you thinking? Inside straight draw? Yeah, not enough. Not enough.
Would you mind if we make the break 20 or 25 minutes? No. 25 minutes. 20, 25. Do you mind? Yeah, at least 2 hours. That's the minimum. Minimum 2 hours?
Starting deal discussions?
I need to study a little bit. Sorry, guys.
No. Is Gregor starting deal discussions? Almost look like it. I guess it's too early. Oh, yep. Yep. I'm a so-called digital nomad, and I know that a lot of nomads do go to Krakow, so it must be a bit cheaper than Warsaw, I guess. Okay, so we had a hijack open from Gregor, ace deuce offsuit. Call from Zdravko, and now also a call from Florin. Three players to the flop of 3-3. We just had a similar flop, 3-3-9. Boring again. Rainbow. Boring. Not cheaper, it's just different. Okay. And I assume maybe it's cheaper to stay in Poland like for a whole month than what I'm doing right now for just 2 nights. I guess that's just where the expenses are. I guess if you rent something for a month, it might be cheaper overall. It's my assumption. Like Berlin and Munich. Okay. Yeah, very different places for sure. All right, pot for Zdravko. Yeah, hotels for a weekend are more expensive. Yeah, it was just very like my whole life, obviously. Like, oh yeah, let's go for a affordable holiday to Poland. And now that I want to go, it's not that affordable anymore. Yeah, and I'm going in the middle of summer. Yeah, that's the other thing. Right, open from Gregor under the gun +1 with ace-4 of clubs. 3-bet from Rama with ace-queen offsuit. There's another ace for Florin, but I don't think he's gonna play this. Gonna do, Gregor? Rama has 21 big blinds behind. I think this will be a fold. No, not a fold. Aggression from Gregor. All in. He puts Rama all in. Max pressure. And that's the thing. He's representing a really strong hand after the under the gun +1 open. So this is interesting what Rama is going to do now. What happened? You getting a count? He's like absolutely covered. What am I missing something? Why are we counting his stack? Ah, okay, fold. Nice power move here. He got the ace-queen to fold. Where's the Polish chat? Where are all the Gregor fans? Yeah, counting is free time bank, but why do you need a time? Like, I don't. Yeah, never mind. I think that was a bit unnecessary. No, not a bit. That was unnecessary. Let's just count the guy's stack who has double my stack. Yeah, I don't like that. All right, open raise. From Gregor again, under the gun this time. Jack, Queen suited, and Zdravko this time with Ace, Queen offsuit. Let's see if he can get him off Ace, Queen. Also 3-bet, so almost similar situation that we had before. Almost 2 meters. Like, I don't this must be some kind of running joke, but I like it. I think that's pretty funny. I don't know, this time, no. Not only a beast, but a tall one. Oh, I love it. It's from interview, okay. Right, Paul. Under the gun, Ace 8 suited. All right, we're gonna have a break after this hand. That's it. There's a small pot for Paul, and we're going on a break. Stay tuned, guys. Come back in about 14 minutes, and we'll be back with more action to find the winner of the 81,000 euro top prize. See you again, or hear me again, in about 14 minutes.
I don't know if getting dealt aces and winning the blinds twice is going to cause a soft boil. I think you're revealing something about your own personality, my friend.
Oh, listen, well documented is my psychopathy, Chewy. I mean, you kidding me? The stone maniac out there.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
This is how it happens, right? I'll get 3-bet 19 straight times, okay? And then every one of those times I was light, let's say, or I had something. Then I find the aces, and I'm ready for the guy who's been the 3-better 90% of the time. And he just mugs.
Well, he just didn't get dealt 7-8 suited that time.
You know what I mean? Oh, okay, great. Not today? No? Not this hand, huh? All right.
Kamoshi with a pretty disciplined fold, Jack-8 suited there. Understandable. Tomasowskis raising off of around 25 big blinds.
Nothing undisciplined about having done so with Ace-9 suited as Alani seeks his bearings. King-5 off. We're not married to it.
We're not, but this is, you know, a reasonable holding. Closing the action against the button. Let's C3.
Meet for coffee.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not lunch or dinner, but
this has meet for coffee vibes. Yeah. We're going to see how things develop.
Oh, king in the window. Followed by another one behind it. How about trip kings? And all of a sudden, this date's going well.
Yes. Any soft boil is quickly dissipating from Alani's seat.
Paired flops, even with the lack of the ace, the heart, Tomasowskis could certainly just sprinkle something out there to guide Alani into the bin.
I don't see why not. Ace high will very often be the best hand here. So now the question for Alani becomes, do we want to slow play or do we want to raise right now? And if I'm sitting in his shoes, I'm definitely raising. At least strongly, strongly considering it. And for Vlados, it becomes annoying.
260.
It's not just the presence of the flush draw. It's also the fact that against that button range, you know, Alani could take plenty of hands, let's say 5, 6, 6, 7 with a club, queen of clubs with other side cards.
I mean, even just front door flush draws could potentially take the aggressive approach. It doesn't have to be a semi.
Absolutely. He beats all the flush draws and then all of those bluffs. Not to mention some diamonds, right? 4 or 5 of diamonds. These are all plausible holdings as well.
So Tamasauskas does make the call, doesn't find an ace or a 9 on the turn, but really doesn't find the kind of card that should be leaving him under the impression that if ace high was good prior, that it is no longer. And we'll see whether or not a price is laid with these trip kings by Alani that could keep the Lithuanian interested.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't mind a check. And it would sort of do a nice job of mimicking the way that he played his bluff earlier by letting the turn check through and then making a very large river bet. But this is, of course, understandable. We're just looking to continue getting maximum value. And for Tamasauskas, the ace-9 is tricky. Again, beating all the bluffs. Flush draws are really the main types of hands we would hope to be seeing. Really not giving anything away here. Either player, that is. And he understandably sticks around. There are plenty of hands that he does beat. And it really is only the king that he's behind. Of course, we see that Alani has that, and Tamasauskas is drawing dead.
Yeah, we kind of remove 3x from the equation as played.
Yeah.
Clubs do arrive, however, on the end. Unfortunately for Tamasauskas, though, Chewy, it's in the form of a 9. So kings and 9s nut kick.
Yeah, this is tricky. I actually wonder how Alani will play this.
Yeah,
Certainly,
he unblocks clubs, too.
Yeah, he has to be weary of Tamasauskas having a flush draw. And I think these are the situations that, you know, really kind of above the rim players. Oh, wow, okay, he just puts out 100. Well, that's certainly going to get called.
Deeply downsized.
Yeah.
So much so that maybe... No, ace-9 turning itself into a bluff would just be so absurd here.
No, he's definitely not going to turn it into a bluff. But he could think his man has an 8 somehow. I think he'll just call, but crazier things have happened. Imagine a value raise, and he gets a fold. That would be really tremendous.
The trouble, of course, is that Alani understands how inviting his river sizing is to a raise.
Of course.
So he needs to account for that.
Yes, I don't necessarily think that will happen. I was just reaching for wild outcomes. He bet the 100 so quickly. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah, begrudgingly, Tamasauskas flings the call in there, and perhaps the road less traveled, but embarked upon to considerable profit by Alani.
Yeah.
Really didn't try to hide things there, did it? No cliffhangers, no waiting, just
straight away.
Nut straight versus set, quads on the turn. Good night, Mr. Di Persio in 16th for the first of the €59,400 payouts. Meanwhile, back at the featured table, collisions continue potentially. Berggren, Queen 10 off. Getting piled on. by Marcinkowski.
And my goodness, this is unpleasant with king-queen suited.
All that blocker value, the raw power of this hand, how reduced are those elements by this action in front of us?
Unfortunately, they are significantly reduced. Not just the opener behind us, but the fact that the button can pretty easily have an ace. As we see, they have a pair, putting them slightly out in front of us. Of course, the real concern being dominated by a hand like ace-king or ace-queen. And I think that's a disciplined fold. And speaking of ace-king, here we are.
King-queen suffers from things that ace-king does not.
Indeed.
The only manner in which Boyevic's kit can be dominated is by exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and we block this stuff. So he's going to jam in over the top. The decision, quite simple for Berggren to depart, and Marcinkowski is going to be off to the races. We saw something very similar with pocket tens against ace-king moments ago. The pair turning into quads.
And it looks like with the dead cards accounted for, nines are only a very tiny favorite.
2%. And when we're here playing poker, we tend not to want to make it a game of roulette. And the wheel lands in favor of Boyevic. Ace-high board. Neither player reacting. They've seen too many hands to be premature in their celebrations. Now all of a sudden, the pot lists oh so heavily toward Boyevic's ace-king. Just needs to fade 2 outs, and he's done so. Another one. Bites the dust. Here in the main on this occasion, Marcinkowski, 15th.
What did you fold, Cubs?
Seven three suited. Doesn't rate to P. Oh, wait, hang on. When the glasses speak, you know, we just may be making our decisions based on that. No, stop it. Behave. Now a king on the button. Not lost on Tamasauskas is the value of this kit.
Yeah, I think this is enough. As previously discussed, all that money up top. We do have to play to win a bit.
Not all, but most. Deployed for a second time by Tamasauskas as he tries to keep his head above water. Jack 6, not a candidate. We're going to see some stalling right about now, should we? I mean, we are one removed from the immediate paid jump, but obviously...
I think that's what's happening. Although it's interesting. Oh, my.
All of a sudden, never mind the stalling. Ilani can speed his chips into the middle.
Yeah.
For Tamasauskas, this is demoralizing. Decisions were always foregone. Conclusions, and the King 8 does have one overcard to the Jacks, but for Vladas, perhaps the bell tolls.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle here.
Thank you. King 8 against Jacks. Just a king. Black king is good.
Jackim לking 8 שלו. King 8.
Updates being provided to the rail. 1.7 million in the middle. No king, though. Queen 10-5.
He'll take a jack now, though.
King is still good.
Instead, the board pairs. And the light flickers. Can the Lithuanian find a cowboy to stay alive?
Good game.
Nope.
GG.
Good game, sir.
GG's issued.
Always a tough competitor.
Red draft, yeah?
Listen,
Yeah, redraw.
if I'm in the rest of the field, I see this man on his feet stepping out of the arena. I'm feeling a little bit better about my chances.
Absolutely.
Final table with 2 big blinds or day one with massive chip lead?
Oh, I care about the money. Final table with 2 big blinds. 2 big blinds, you can spin, you can win. Bendinelli win the APT with 1 big blind. So
Yeah.
final table with 2 big blinds, definitely. So for sure.
Final table, 2 big blinds.
Okay. Okay.
Final table with 2 big blinds left, because then I'm in the money anyways. Yeah.
If you have to choose 2 big blinds on the final table or massive chip lead on day one?
The final table one.
Final table.
Yeah?
Yes, because winning is different.
Okay.
But both option, I take it anyway.
That's tough. I mean, depends, I guess. It largely depends about like what your bankroll is.
Mhm.
Okay, if that's like money changing life-changing money. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
a bit. Of course, then you're gonna take the 2 big blinds, you know, and whatever. But if you're playing on roll and that's just a normal tournament for you, I probably prefer to chip lead the day one and try to deep stack until the final table. Maybe.
Yeah.
A very warm welcome back here at King's Resort in Rozvadov in Czech Republic. My name is Christin Maschmann. I'm going to lead you here through the rest of the evening, through the final table of the 550 euro buy-in, the festival main event. We had 710 entries and we're now down to just 7 players. And here you see them stacked up. Gregor from Poland is the chip leader with 44 big blinds. Babu Bash from Germany, 40 big blinds. Zdravko from Croatia with 25. Paul from Romania, 23. David and Rama here, 2 Czechs in a row, 20 big blinds, 17. And then Florin, who I chose as my favorite for this final table, has just 9 big blinds. He's our shorty. And as you can see, everybody has 12,300 euros safe right now. And the winner will receive 81,100 euros at the end of this game. So we're down to 7 players. I think somebody shortly mentioned more of a joke, probably deal discussions, but at the moment we have, as long as we have 1 shorty here with Florin, I don't think they're going to talk about a deal. But it's not off the table. It's very likely that at some point they are going to discuss a deal, depending on how things shake up. So as I said, my name is Christin Maschmann. Who are you? Where are you watching from? What are you drinking right now? What's your name? What's your pet? So anyways, I did not mention, so basically the event had a 500,000 euro guarantee, but because we only had 710 entries, there was an overlay of 109,500 euros. But this is basically, it looks like only the main event, because the rest of the festival has been pretty successful with all the main event, all the mixed events going on. And I mentioned it earlier as well, like if you look at the World Series of Poker right now in Vegas, most of the no-limit hold'em numbers are down, but the mixed games are almost all up. So it's a very interesting trend to watch in poker, because people, I think, get a little bored by Texas Hold'em. Because people are way too serious when they're playing Texas Hold'em. Anyway, nobody's talking to me. Who's in the chats? Who's on Twitch? Who's on YouTube? Say hi. Hey, somebody says hi. Johnny, hi Christine, hi from Prague. Cheering for David Vesely. Nice. I will be in Prague in like 1 month. I'm taking my mom to Prague for 2 nights. I love Prague, but I've never seen it in summer, so this will be interesting. Camille. Hi, Camille. Greetings from down the road. For everybody listening, I'm German. I'm commentating on a poker game that's happening in Czech Republic right now, but I actually am in Bansko, Bulgaria. So very international. Lorci in the chat on YouTube. Hello from Poland. We have a lot of Polish viewers. There's a lot of Gregor fans here in the chat. Life is Poker says hello from Belgium. Hi. Go back to Belgium. And there's a pot for Gregor. Nitro on Twitch writes something. I don't know what that word is, and it's in a different language, and I'm not going to try and say it because who knows what that means. People tried this before. Right, action folds around to David and the cutoff. Is he gonna play Queen 10 offsuit? Nope. Oh, Anna says hi from Romania. Wow, we're super international here. Ronnie, I don't speak Czech. I'm sorry. I can only say Dobar den because it's the same as in Bulgaria. And I can say prosím. That's about it in Czech. Oh, wow. It's Denison. Hi from Canada. Hello. This is the furthest. Oh, no, we had somebody who was living in Thailand earlier. Depends on where you are in Canada, right? And the Poker Ski says hello from the US. Wow. Where in the US? Where in Canada? This is exciting. Now we're getting to somewhere, because like earlier it was so quiet in the chats, but now we're getting a couple more people. Ah, okay. Okay, Johnny. Right, so who are you guys rooting for? Like, obviously I know there's a big Polish rail here for Gregor. Ooh, David! I know we have some David fans here as well. David with pocket kings at the kings. In the hijack, so there will be a standard open from him. Yeah, standard open. Let's see if he finds any customers. Dario says, wie geht's? Gut. Dobre. Do you say that in Poland as well? Ontario, okay. West of Toronto. Toronto. I've been to Toronto. And to Ottawa. And to Montreal. And to Vancouver. I've been around Canada quite a bit. Adrian, hi from Slovakia. Man, this is getting more and more international. Love it. The Poker Skis from Florida, near Orlando. I've been there as well, in Florida. Wow, top set for David. Unfortunately, Zdravko does not have a lot. He has a backdoor flush draw, so David should give him a chance here to catch up a little bit, but obviously it is a bit scary with the two spades. With a flush draw here, but in theory, no, David should just check it. But he's playing, and yeah, he will not get any more chips out of Zdravko. That's scary. It's scary with like a flush draw there and a straight draw, but still, you have top set. I would have just checked it. But again, I am not the one sitting here at the final table. I'm just talking about it. the poker ski. When I was 13, we had a family holiday in Florida. So we were in Miami Beach and we did like day trips out to the Everglades and to Key West and to Cape Canaveral. So, and one day trip was out to the Bahamas even. So we did quite a lot when we were down there. All right, there's Paul. Cheering for Paul. And Yoda cheering for Paul. All right, all right. Well, honestly, for those that tuned in and haven't been here when I mentioned it earlier, Paul, the guy who's now here in the picture from Romania, during this festival, there was one day where he won 2 tournaments in one day. And now he's here under the last 7 players in the main event. So that guy is incredible. He has like either the run of his life or he's just an incredible player, because the 2 events that he won were not no limit hold'em, or different variants. So he's absolutely rocking this festival. Right, so we have 3 players to the flop. Jack 9 6, 2 clubs. Paul has 2 clubs, so not flush draw here. And Zdravko with the top pair. Zdravko is betting it. I think we will lose floating. I mean, he has flopped a pair of 6s, but yeah, against 2 other players here. Done with the hand. Paul will not be done with the hand. Not flush draw and an overcard. Just calls. There's the flush. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. The flush gets there. So now the question is, how much value can Paul get out of Zdravko? Especially as Zdravko has now turned 2 pair. So he must be feeling pretty good with his 2 pair. And Paul even has a straight flush draw. How much can he get? Zdravko is betting. So how does Paul now get all his chips in the middle? Both have basically the same stack. So the question is he putting it in now, which would be super scary, or is he slowly trying to milk? Yeah, he's using a time bank just to give him a little more time. What do you want to do? Little raise, just a call. Go straight all in, take it all, or try and take it all. I think he's burning more time banks, but he has quite a few left, if I can see that correctly. He just calls very sneakily with the nuts. Yeah, boring river here with the 4 of hearts. Not changing everything, but it's still possible that Paul could get everything. Let's see what Zdravko is doing. He is going to lose more chips. The question is how many. So I think the only move that Paul has now is to go all in. But then the question is, how can he go all in so that Zdravko will call? Yeah, this is a good start. Just check your cards again. Play some time banks, like, oh, I really have to think about this. Oh man. What to do. And then when he goes all in, there's still a chance. Yeah, there you go. You go all in. There's still a chance now that Zdravko thinks his hand is good enough. Now you can try in Hollywood a little bit and go like, oh, I'm like, you know, really seem a little scared, seem a little like not so sure, but what could he actually have, right? So what is it actually that he would be bluffing with here? Yeah, so Zdravko lays out all his time banks to give himself more time to think about it. I have a feeling he's going to pull out the hero call and it will go badly wrong for him. I don't think he will fold. Ay. Oh, he's gonna. Yeah, I knew he was gonna call. Oh, yeah. He pulled out the hero call, but it was unfortunately the wrong moment. So we lose Zdravko here in 7th place. Oh, that was so unfortunate, man. I felt that. He will take home 12,300 euros, and now everybody left has 16,000 euros guaranteed. Wow. Well, I'm saying that they're still counting the chips, so it was super close. Oh, he's not out yet. He's not out. Okay, he still has like, I don't know, a blind left. Can only be like 1 big blind or something. 2 big blinds. Okay, so he's not out yet. Hold your horses. He's not out yet. He has 2 big blinds left. And Paul jumps up to be the joint chip leader with Gregor. Honestly, if Paul wins this thing, I don't know, like there's something wrong with the universe. If you win like 2 side events in one day and then go and win the main event, that's not possible, right? Wow. And the crazy thing is Florin was like the shorty. So if he had busted here, that would have been like ICM. So it's probably ICM suicide either way. But yeah, this is crazy. 2 shorties now. And yeah, the blinds are up 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante. And the fight continues. The poker ski is, will you be playing the EPT in Barcelona? No, not this year. Well, the thing is, I worked for PokerStars for 11 years. I was never actually allowed to play an EPT main event. But next year is my 20-year poker anniversary, and I'm actually planning on playing my very first WSOP main event and my very first EPT main event, but it will be Prague. Are you gonna play at Poker Ski? Oh, I have never seen that dealer before. Looks like a new King's dealer. Katalin says, Forza Romagna. I will just say it like in Italian, because it sounds so Italian. Forza Romagna. Year of Romania. It never ends. The year of Romania never ends. I don't even know when Joe Stapleton started that, but it never ends. Oh, it will be your first EPT. Wow, nice. Good choice with Barcelona. Do you want any advice? Will it be your first time in Spain as well? Definitely one of the best EPT spots in Barcelona. Daniel says, I'm going to warm up in Rosvadov this year and see you in your anniversary year at WSOP. Nice. See you there. Yeah, I'm skipping Vegas this year, but next year I want to do a big 20-year anniversary poker trip to Vegas. Right, little boring phase here after the action we just had. I'm missing all the Polish guys. Where like the Polish rail was really amusing. You all got quiet. Dzień dobry. Polish guys. Right, there he is. Gregor in the small blind with 9-3 suited. Battle of the blinds. He's raising it up. Paul with a nice hand. Queen Jack offsuit. He's at least gonna call. Is he looking for time banks? No. Does he have any time banks left? Calling. RDW says watching and at the same time learning on my app. Nice. Right, so we will see a flop. Eight, 3, queen, 2 diamonds. Nobody has a diamond, but Paul has the queen. Yoda says, I think he does. He spread like 4 of them and called the all in. Okay, okay. Yeah. Maybe they're hidden behind the stack. Another diamond and an ace on the turn. That should scare both of them. Now the question is, who's gonna bet? Because I think it's just... Well, I think if Gregor bets, there might be a chance that Paul still calls at least one time with a pair of queens. Gregor did open from the small blind, so there are aces in his range. Oh, he checks though. Oh, check behind. We're gonna see the river. Another ace. So this makes it less probable that Gregor has an ace. Let's see how Paul plays it. Well, Gregor's first. Checks again. I have a feeling Paul is just gonna check behind. That much. Well, he could get value from a smaller queen. He's trying. But yeah, it's not gonna happen. No, he calls. Oh, I was completely off here. Gregor calls with his pair of 3s. Interesting. Wow. I was completely off here on this one. Hey, Lorio goes entries. If you look on the screen in the top right corner, I mean, now the graphics just disappeared, but on the top right corner, you see how many entries were in and how many players are still left. So the entries were 710 and we are down to 7 players. Okay, the Pokeski says, I will be in Spain for the whole month on holiday. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, so if you're when you're in Barcelona, the cool thing is the casino is like right at the pier where like there's a lot of yachts and there's also bars and restaurants and so on. And I can just absolutely recommend, obviously, eating a lot of tapas. And instead of ordering the normal sangria, obviously at some day you have to try the normal sangria, but try the cava sangria. It's like a white sangria. It's incredible. Like, that's my recommendation for Barcelona. And How says it's beer o'clock time in Poland. They come back soon. Okay. Right, all in call. Zdravko at risk with a beautiful hand. He hits the 9, but Rama is hitting the king. Does not look good for the Croatian player. There's another diamond. 10 outs, any diamond or an 8. No. We're losing Zdravko finally in number 7. Number 6. Oh, this is now the 7, exactly. So I thought he busted earlier. So I'm doing the whole spiel that I did earlier when I thought he busted. He will take home 12,300 euros, and now everybody has 16,000 euros safe. With Florin, we still have a shorty at the table, but I have a feeling if Florin should bust anytime soon, there will be a talk about a deal. The moment this doesn't make any sense, as long as there's somebody very short at the table. Also, it might be that they don't want to talk about the deal. Maybe they want to play it out. By the way, just because some time passed, you know, when the day started, there was supposed to be 16 players coming back, but it was only 15 because one player just didn't show up. So we still don't know what happened to him. Like, I still hope that obviously he's okay. But if anybody knows, let me know. He probably just overslept, but he basically like just lost his chips as the blinds went around and around and around, and then he was out. All right, hand number 122 of this final day. Rolling round to the blinds. Florin, 3.9 big blinds behind, going in with pocket 8s. And it's not enough for Babubash to call. So even though he didn't get a double up, this is quite a nice pickup for the small stack here. Getting the blinds with the big blind ante. Aces for Gregor. That's a 3-bet from Paul in the hijack with King 4 suited. Interesting move. He's trying to target Gregor here. I wonder what's happening between these two, but this is an interesting move. After an under the gun open from Gregor, it looks like Paul is specifically targeting him now. This is almost personal. And there's the fold. It worked. Wow. Don't know what happened here. There was some meta game going on here between the two. Interesting. Pocket tens for Paul. He doesn't just have the moves, he also has the cards. Open from under the gun. Any takers? No. That's it. Another pot for Paul. King 10 offsuit for Rama. That will be an under the gun open. Look at threes for Babu Bosch. And then aces for David. Where's the David rail? This will be a very interesting pot if everything goes well. Touch wood. Nice spot here for David. There's the David rail. Nitro. Yeah, he has to raise it. The question is how high. Does he go all in right away? Does he want to go a little more conservatively? What is he doing? Aha, this is dangerous. Make a decision and then do it. Yeah, so there's the 3-bet. But, oh, and Paul is now also waking up with ace queen offsuit. Everybody has something here. Wow. That's the fold. Ace queen fold. Fold around. Yeah, and that was it. It was the right move, but obviously disappointing with aces. You want a little more action, but yeah. Anyway, pot for David. And both chats fell asleep again. YouTube, Twitch. Are you still alive? Pocket eights for Paul. Battle of the blinds. We don't know yet what the big blind holds. Nines. Oh dear. Pocket kings versus pocket nines. What a setup. I think we might have a crash here. Oh, Yoda says, I think everybody's watching Spain in the World Cup. They're playing. Ah, okay. Who's Spain playing? All right. This looks like it's going to be a double up for Rama. Yeah, he's putting it all in. Paul gives it a second, but he will probably call. Gets a count. Yeah, that's the call. Bad news for Paul here. His eights run into the nines. Always Luck says, I watch both. Very good. You can watch both. And I like that you are actually listening to this audio. Thank you. And Yoda as well. All right, so eights versus nines. Rama at risk, but ahead. There's an eight. 2 eights. Quads. Oh my God. What is happening? Paul is just crushing, winning 2 side events in one day and now actually crushing the main event here. Absolutely unbelievable. Just flopped quads. Wow. We lose Rama in 6th place. Man, this is crazy. He's taking home 16,000 euros, and now all the remaining players have 20,800 euros safe. And keep in mind, Florin is still the shorty. Like, he just got another pay jump by this crazy setup. Here in the picture, by the way, on the right, the guy who was just walking through, that's Franke. He's the organizer of the festival. Legend of the game. Yeah, Florin went from 12,000 euros to 20,000 just by folding. That's it. Crazy. This flop quads on the final table. Honestly, I don't know what this guy... He must have drank from like a lucky well or something. The fact that he won 2 side events in one day, and now we're all in call. Paul is behind, but what we've just seen, it doesn't matter. Florin, the 2 Romanians against each other. Florin is ahead with a 7 of suit. There's a crazy Romanian rail that looks like it. Year of Romania. There's a 3. No way. Paul actually flops a pair. And he's gonna suck out, isn't he? He's gonna do it again. Only an ace or a 7 for Florin. Ace or 7, or we lose 1 Romanian. Wow. Paul is absolutely going wild here, eliminating the next player Wow. All right, we're down to 4 players. So Florian takes home 20,800 euros. And now everybody jumped up almost 7,000 euros. So everybody saved 27,100. I can't even keep up with like updating the commands here. Let me update this. So we're down to 4 players. I can't believe what Paul is doing. This is incredible. I've never seen anything like this. Again, I have to say it again. Just 2-3 days ago or something, he won 2 side events in one day, and now he's crushing the final table of the main event. Like I can't. This is just mental. Absolutely mental. Yoda, that's not allowed anyway if you have like friends calling you just because they want to help you. That's not okay. Don't do that. Kappa, yeah. Okay, something is weird with my chats or with my internet. The main thing is that you can still hear me. But I've just tried to post stuff in both chats and it didn't go through. That's weird. Loud and clear. Nice. No. Okay. Like I think my YouTube chat is frozen. Anybody still there on YouTube? Can you post something? Because my post didn't go through. All right, pocket nines versus ace jack. Yeah, that's it already. Okay, I think my YouTube chat is frozen. Yeah. What do I do? What do I do? Okay, I have to restart my YouTube chat. So if you posted anything, guys, I'm sorry. Top chat, something is weird. Because I also posted in Twitch !payout and it doesn't do anything. So I think my internet just like has a hiccup or something. For writing something and it just didn't register. All right, I'm back. I got you. I got the YouTube chat back. Man, I missed so much what you guys were typing. Paella. Barcelona arroz con bagovante. I don't know what that is. Sounds good. I just love tapas. That's like my main thing. Okay. Okay, got you all back. That was weird. Like the YouTube chat just like didn't do anything anymore. My command on Twitch didn't work. So anyway, back. Did Paul kill anybody in the meantime? No, right? Cabo Verde is doing well. All right. I'm not sure if I should read any football updates for like spoiler reasons, but I guess it doesn't really matter. All right, we have Gregor versus Babu Barf. Deuce, Jack, 7. Gregor flops a pair of jacks. Babu Barf a pair of deuces. Yoda says their keeper is the freaking best. Nice. I was a handball goalkeeper in my previous life. I was pretty good as well. I actually like this is a fun one as well. If you want to do another quiz, I'm a national handball champion. Can you guess of which country? All right, bet from Gregor, call from Babu Barf. Oh, race. Very quick and calm race here from Babu Barf. I don't think this makes a lot of sense. Check race. A call from Gregor. Another 7 on the turn. No, West Germany, that would be quite rough. To be a handball champion in West Germany, you have to be really good. Handball is a big game in Germany. Back from Babu Barf. And the action is at Gregor. We have another Romanian fan in the chat. Silvan goes, go, 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 Paul. Go, 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 Paul. Yeah, so there's the bet from Gregor. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like the check race was a nice try, but it just came so quick as well. Wow! Babu Barf is continuing to tell the story and is going all in. What a move! He started telling the story on the turn, and he's now continuing to tell on the flop, and now continuing to tell it on the turn. But he's so fast. Like that's the only. I love what he's doing right now. But he was doing it, in my eyes, a little too fast. Like this looks like a bluff when you're acting so fast. Like when you're actually really strong, it would take a little more time to think about it to get the most value. So just because the timing, I would be very skeptical here of what Babu Barf is doing. But otherwise, absolutely, what an incredible move here. And Gregor sniff it out. What a move. With 4 players left. If Gregor calls this, like he's like the poker god. think he's calling. I think he's going to call. Come on, Gregor. He knows. His gut tells him, oh no. Ah, yeah. What a move from Babubash. Incredible. Very surprised how he just pulled that off. GJE. Sorry, I missed your message there. You said, sitting here from Annapolis, USA, petting my chihuahua, enjoying some poker and great commentary. Thank you so much. And sorry that I missed it. There was like a hiccup with the YouTube chat. So I hope you're still there and I hope you're still enjoying the stream. There we see the overview of our remaining 4 players. Gregor now the shorty, 21 big blinds. David just 1 big blind more. Babubash with 50. And then Paul, again, I'm saying it again. A few days ago, he won 2 side events in one day. And now today, he's now the chip leader in the main event. I mean, what is happening? What do you have to do to run so hot? This is amazing. He has 48% of all chips in play. Yoda and Babubash. Yoda said he felt sleepy and wanted some adrenaline. Yeah, that's what it seemed like. Just like randomly check raise, boom, all in. Like that was pretty incredible. Ah, you're still there. Okay, great. Okay, so we do not see Gregor's cards right now. The reader hasn't picked them up yet. There they are. Okay, ace 5 suited. David is ace 7 offsuit. And we see the flop. 4, 10, queen, 2 hearts. David has 1 heart and is ahead right now. Okay, turn. 7. David hits his pair. As played, he can feel pretty safe here, so he checks it. Are we planning to check call? Both players roughly the same trips. Check, check. Okay, we see the river. 4. So now Gregor could think that maybe there's some possibilities that ace high is good here. So David has a chance to get some value out of him. Oh, he just checked. Okay, check, check. Never mind. No more extra value. What for David? No Tuxedo says, good luck, have fun, all viewers and reporters. Thank you. Good luck, have fun to you too. Right, battle of the blinds again. David versus Goliath, David versus Gregor. 8, 7, 6, 2 clubs. Only David has a club. So at the moment, Gregor is ahead with a pair of sixes, but David is betting. Turn gives another 9, gives a 9, so that gives David now actually a pair. Now he checks it. So we can almost like see now that what David is doing, or at least how we saw it now a couple of times. When he's strong, he checks. When he's weak, he bets. These are the things that if you learn this about a player, obviously this is not, we don't have enough. This is just a very small sample size, but it's a trend that it's, you know, good to just keep in the back of your head. It's like, okay, we saw him do that. Doesn't mean he does it every time. Tuxedo says, thank him for organizing this, please. I saw an event from the festival nearby soon. It got me into playing Pineapple Open Face Chinese every day now to practice. I love the concept of the festival. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, I love it. Like, I'm a mixed game player as well. And I'm hoping that one day I can play a festival event somewhere. Just, you know, as you can see here a little bit, No Limit Hold'em players have gotten so serious. And I think especially for new players as well, it's quite off-putting to have so much seriousness around a card game. So once you start playing mixed games, all of a sudden all the fun is back with all the different variants that are available in poker. It's not just No Limit Hold'em. You can play all kinds of stuff, all the different stud games, all different draw games. And then, as you say, like Open Face Chinese, which has different variants now as well. Well, it started as just Chinese poker, and then Open Face became like the thing until it got more or less solved, so people were not offering it anymore. But now you just add Pineapple to it, and all of a sudden it becomes a new thing again. And some viewers will now wonder, what the hell is Pineapple? A lot to learn. There's a lot to learn. I think Gregor is believing him. Oh, he's burning all his time banks here. He doesn't want to believe. Oh, he calls. Ah, wrong call. Very unfortunate here. Gregor, I think Gregor is losing focus a little bit. He's down to 13 big blinds now. David up to 31. No, Tuxedo still here. There's some, I'm not sure, there's a delay. I think Tuxedo, I think you might watch the stream a little delayed. Peter says he's tilt from that Queen Jack hand. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like he lost his mojo a little bit, I have a feeling. Open raise from David with ace-10 offsuit from the button. Yeah, no Tuxedo, you're severely behind the live stream. answering stuff that happened like half an hour ago or so, but it's cute. Pixel says YouTube chat indeed not coming through. So it's not just me with the YouTube chat. Okay, then YouTube has some issues. Yeah, guys, if you want to, you can switch over to Twitch. Switch to Twitch if you have issues with YouTube, because there's something that's weird with the chat. You can also find us on Twitch. King Queen in spades for Gregor. He's going all in with his remaining 12 big blinds from the button. Babu Bash on the big blind has ace-8 offsuit, and he calls. Oh my god, Gregor at risk all of a sudden. He was like absolutely crushing, and now he's at risk and behind. Not by much, it's almost a flip. He's not behind by much, but he is behind. The flop 4-10 deuce, ace-8 still ahead. Just a king or a queen for Gregor, or we lose the Polish player. That doesn't help. Nobody has diamonds, so it doesn't change anything. Still just a queen or a king, or we're down to 3 players. It's not coming. We lose Gregor. What a unfortunate turn of events for him. Gregor finishes the event in 4th place. He takes home 27,100 euros, and now everybody has 35,600 euros safe. And I do have some information that we will have a deal discussion break between the remaining 3 players. They will go on break and discuss a deal. So we will have a break. We'll take about 14 minutes and then we'll be back. And I hope I'll get the information. I just know right now that a deal will be made. But I don't have any information yet on the deal details, but we'll hopefully get that. So there we go. This would be the normal payouts. So you see Paul absolutely massively ahead, almost half the chips in play. So this deal will go very much towards Paul. But we will have hopefully more details in about 14 minutes after the players have discussed the deal amongst themselves. Obviously, this is all going to be official. No toilet deals or something like that. They will sit down, they will discuss it with a team of King's Resort, and this will all be very official and officially handled. And yeah, so we will be back in about 14 minutes. With a deal. And then we'll continue to play it out amongst the last 3 players. So see you in 14 minutes.
Kamoshi all smiles, of course.
Forse era meglio che flat.
I really like Thomas Hauskas's game. Very methodical.
Yeah, throughout the course of play yesterday, I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong. I mean, really just found the spots, made the most of the hands he was dealt, and didn't draw a lot of attention to himself in the process, just content to do his bidding. King 9 of spades, paying a visit to Ron Ilani, dominating the Queen Jack of spades for Razai.
Let's see if Razai can win with King 9 of spades and against it. Well, this time he's going to have the lesser of the two spade holdings. This is an interesting spot for Hochheim.
Raising flat in front of him. He's in the cutoff with a baby suited ace.
Yeah, I think I like this fold. It's not so pleasant to be coming in as the third player with the baby ace, despite it being suited. Let's see if Svach wants to play. He does not.
Seven, eight offsuit can close the action at a discount. Off of 1.2 though, every little chip counts. Is this
Sure
compulsory,
does.
Chewy?
No, I think I like this decision to fold. Sometimes these middling cards can really get us in trouble when we're up against a player who's called a middle position raise and middle position themselves. Oh
so
my.
his exit allows the most improbable of things to take place. 6-3 deuce, all spades, flush over flush.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Ilani immediately sitting up in his seat. And so interesting that he ran that massive bluff just moments earlier on that 3 club board. This time 3 spades out there, and yeah, unless a 4th spade comes or some other unusual circumstances, like maybe running 6s or whatnot, this is going to be painful for Mr. Rezai.
Yeah, no question about it. Do you feel as though the pre-flop raisers checking board textures such as this typically are doing so in a very honest manner, unlike what we see here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think a lot of players will proceed somewhat cautiously on this type of board. He is just slow playing, though. Okay.
Board does pair on the turn after Rezai, understandably, with the queen high spades barreled 150 and got called.
I'm actually somewhat surprised to see Ilani just calling on the flop. I would imagine a lot of Rezai's hands are going to be pocket pairs or hands with a single spade. More so pocket pairs. And I would think we want to start extracting value from those straight away.
And that pursuit comes in the form of 580, says Rezai.
And I think at this point, now we probably just want to call.
If you're Ilani?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if Rezai's bluffing, we certainly don't want to fold him out. And the question we always have to ask ourselves when we raise a hand like this is, what kinds of hands might we be able to sell to our opponent that we could be bluffing with? If he had a bare king of spades, maybe. It's possible. He did make that very aggressive play moments earlier. Seems he agrees.
Yeah, there's the flat. Another 1,060,000 into the middle. You see Daniel looking over as if to say, what exactly would compel you to do this? There are going to be some non-spade overpairs, I would imagine, Chewy, that are involved in this behavior?
Yeah, definitely pocket pairs spring to mind as the exact sort of holding that Rezai would look to be getting value from here. And Ilani lucky to dodge a 4th spade or a 3rd 3. This should lead to him getting paid in full. Assuming he does check it over, but in any case. And I think the decision for Mr. Rezai is basically just, does he want to bet all of Ilani's chips or most of them? Clearly we see this is a dark road to be traveling down, but from his perspective, a queen high flush seems as if it's the nuts.
So he jams, and obviously the pair on board, occasional concerns, nut flush, occasional concerns, but Ilani does stick it in there, and how delighted will he be to see a queen high flush? And you see Rezai just flicking
It's a tough one.
That hand into the bin.
Like that, and then and up
Some casinos.
or
A
even
roulette
worse.
shark?
Yeah, truly.
Can squid go squid?
He bought roulette wheels and actually like
Yeah, he would just
ran
study.
roulette sims.
Somebody said 150
Yeah, the
was
old-fashioned way.
but I mean, it's
No,
not a big of a difference.
What a legend.
It does sound fun, like the physics of it, watching the ball bounce around.
Can't really be. I mean, the thing's spinning one way, the ball's going the other. Come on. Really?
And then
I don't know. I mean, apparently it worked for him.
What, and then he just quit?
No, so he was actually, yeah, he was sought after for his antics.
What do you mean by sought after?
I think people were unhappy with him.
What do you mean people?
Casino representatives, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know all the specifics. I read it a while ago, but I can vouch for the efficacy or the, you know, perceived edge.
Are you suggesting he's at the bottom of Lake Mead potentially right now, Chewy?
No,
I
no,
mean,
no.
that's old school resolution.
This was an Englishman. I don't think he came across the pond. At least, he didn't stay over here.
Are you suggesting he's at the bottom of the English Channel, Chewy?
No, I think he's living happily in the countryside with all of his winnings.
Okay.
Perhaps still just enjoying the spin of the ball.
Well, Ilani enjoying top pair here as digging in against Andrian's aggressions from the button. He works his way into top pair versus bottom pair. 200K C-bet being chewed on.
Oh my. Ilani now deeply troubled by this third 8.
I mean, one can't blame him for proceeding with caution, but it isn't like he was worried about running into trips in this spot, which is exactly where he finds himself so improbably versus Andrian, who rates to add damages to what has already been the pre-flop and the flop sizing.
There is like 3 with 3 million. There is like 3 people with 3 million. There, 1 with 2.
And a healthy 600 being sprinkled out. Have to imagine Ilani is going nowhere with his king.
3, 3.
Although the king with the kicker on board, we can understandably start to put ourselves in a bluff catching situation, if not chopping.
So, check calling 600 and now looking up at a queen, which improves our kicker from the 10. North a couple of clicks, but really uncomfortable potential sizings could greet Ilani on this river.
What are we thinking? 1.5, 1.6? 1.8 maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, this
That's
is tough.
exactly where we're at. 2/3-ish.
1.8.
So for Ilani at this point, he really has to dig deep to figure out what are the kinds of hands that Andrian could be bluffing with, and how likely is it that he has those hands. The 6 could potentially interfere with it pretty quickly. Nicely done.
Which influences our decisions before we decide to take flops?
Yes, and also the nature of 4-betting. They may just come right back over the top.
I mean, such behavior is more available to certain characters at the moment than others. That is
Truly.
without question. And I'm not just talking stylistically, but just in terms of stack depth and the topic that we have now introduced for the first time, the ICM pressure, independent chip modeling, whereby the game is sort of expressed in terms of real cash value of our stack?
Yeah. I think the most helpful way to think about that is different players are going to have different preferences in terms of how much risk they want to take against various other players. So, for example, the deeper stacks in Kamoshi and Ilani, as we see here, are going to be particularly cautious against Simone because they are covered and they have, you know, very playable chip stacks. Whereas, as we spoke, the shorter chip stacks are going to be more willing to take on risks.
So here we are with Kamoshi's King 9 suited, picking up Ilani's Jack 7 of diamonds, and I don't need to explain who's done better on this board. Jack high flush right away. Ilani knuckles over. Kamoshi has dust.
Check.
Snap checks back. Now fourth diamond on the board. Really unpleasant sight for Ilani as he's got the third nuts. Any naked king or queen of diamonds would have him beaten right now, although I'm not sure, absent the follow-through bet from Kamoshi, how concerned Ilani will be about
No, I didn't check.
Kamoshi having either of those cards.
For sure. And I mean, the ace is certainly a card that could pair Kamoshi, so it could be good. Do see a tiny bet here. Interesting situation for Ilani because he should expect his hand to almost always be good. He does just call, but this does look like the type of bet where Kamoshi could be betting with an ace to just take showdown. It's plausible given the small size. Does Ilani want to lead? No, he just checks it over. And at this point, Kamoshi knows he can't win at showdown. So the decision really just becomes, do we want to try to get our opponent to fold an ace? Maybe a small diamond?
600.
What is your answer?
No, sorry. I said 6. Yeah. Sorry.
By the way, a really great opportunity to illustrate the importance of declaring verbally your intention when depositing chips in the pot. That would have been a misclick to what I believe was 1.5.
Oh, was it that big?
Three
Wow.
purples, I think, is what he had thrown in there. Maybe not. It could have been 1.1. I don't know.
That would be costly.
Yeah, very much so.
And it's interesting for Ilani. I mean, oh wow, he does fold it. Incredible. Kamoshi, nicely done.
Welcome back at King's Resort in Rozvadov in Czech Republic. We are here at the final day of the 550 euro buy-in, the festival main event. My name is Christin Maschmann. I led you through the day. We're not done yet, but we're down to 3 players out of 710 entries. And the players just came back from a deal discussion break. So the payouts that you see here are actually not correct because they did make a deal. And as you could see, obviously, Paul from Romania with the chip lead here. Babu Barsh with 35% of the chips, and then David with 19. So I do have the numbers of the deal. So Babu Barsh, well, let's start with the smallest. So David basically received 42,210 euros. Babu Barsh 50,150, and Paul 54,440. And there is still 16,200 euros and the trophy to play for. So everybody has their payouts, but obviously they're still playing for 16,000 euros and the trophy and the glory for first prize. So this is not over yet. There's still something to play for. Let me catch up on the chat. So you guys were writing something when the break started. Maxime, I'm actually not sure what you're trying to say. Maybe phrase it a little differently. Then, otherwise, we do have some David fans coming up. Yeah, keep in mind it's English only in the chats because we just don't know what you're saying. It sounds like you're just basically cheering for your player, but yeah, keep in mind English only, please. Okay, I actually did write it up so you can see in the payout what the deal was. I posted in the YouTube chat as well. Okay, there you go. I think we're all up to speed. Let's see who takes this down. Are you still there? Everybody's still there. So every time after a break, we lose like all our viewers. So give me a live sign on YouTube and Twitch that you're still there. And I'm not just talking to myself. Peter, still there. Kamal, still there. Okay, nice. All right, we're still rolling. Rocking and rolling. Maybe YouTube chat froze again. I don't know. Seven deuce for Paul. He's thinking about it. He's like, am I gonna get cheeky here with seven deuce? He is gonna get cheeky with seven deuce. Very nice. Little bit of entertainment for himself and the viewers. And I don't know Paul, but I think he's gonna show just for the lols. No, he's not showing. Okay, so it's just for the stream. We got the lols. Ace 10 offsuit for David. Open from the button. Okay, can somebody please write something in the YouTube chat? I have a feeling it's frozen again. Or everybody left. Two 6-6, the flop. Ace 10 still ahead, but Babu Bash with some outs. Something. Okay, thank you. Okay, YouTube chat is still working. Okay, bet from David, call from Babu Bash. He does have a straight draw and 2 live cards. And there is one of the outs. He makes a straight on the turn. But did you see that? He's like, oh, well, no, actually, he's now like checking super fast. Earlier when he was bluffing, he was also like acting really fast. So I still don't know. I still can't read Babu Bash. I always think I can, and then it just turns out I can't. A shame that the river is now bringing another 6. So this probably means that Babu Bash is not getting more chips out of David. Or maybe he thinks ace high is good. I don't know. he does think ace high is good. No, chips for Babu Bosh with a turn straight. Okay, Bird is also still there. Voita saying just inactive. Yeah, like it's honestly, it's really interesting to see the differences between the German stream and the English stream. The English stream is a lot more quiet. So there's a lot more people just listening and not really participating that much. But it's obviously for a commentator, it's a lot nicer when people are writing something, asking questions and so on, because otherwise you're just talking to the void. So I can just encourage you, if you want to contribute something, or have a question, or want to say something, or add something, just feel free, write it in the chats, and I'll do my best to reply. All right, 7-5 versus Jack Deuce. King, queen, queen, flop. Paul is gonna bet it. And that's it. Another pot for Paul. And we do have now Germany versus Czech Republic versus Romania. And every year is the year of Romania. And again, like for those of you that are just tuning in, Paul, the guy who we're seeing right now here, the Romanian guy, he has an incredible run during this festival here. I think it was 3 days ago. He won 2 side events in 1 day, and now he's amongst the remaining 3 players in the main event, and he's chip leader. Absolutely incredible what this guy is doing. Like the week that he's had here in Rosvadov, absolutely incredible. Like I once busted for 4 tournaments in 1 day. I could never imagine winning 2 in 1 day. It's just crazy. All right, we do have a flop. 9 ace for 2 clubs. None of the players have clubs. Queen 8 of Paul are ahead now. Okay, check, check. Turn. Another 4, another club. Paul checks, but Babu Bosh bets, Paul folds, and that's it. It's quite a big first prize money they are still playing for. Those 16,000 still to play for, so this is not gonna, they are not gonna go wild. Still want to play. Re-raised Chili Dog, where have you been all day? Howdy. Yoda said, I missed a bit of streaming, watching the last minutes of the match. Was there a deal? Yes, there was a deal. Actually posted it in the chat. If you use ! payout, you will find it. For the mods, I would like to ask you, because it's obviously I'm not the main commentator, but how I usually do it is that exclamation mark payouts has all the payouts, like all the payouts that were there, and exclamation mark payout has only the remaining ones. And I know that you guys have been doing it differently, so it's all a bit messy. But so basically, don't update the payouts one throughout the whole tournament. Just keep it so you can see any payout, and then just the exclamation mark payout, have that being the one that's being updated. That's usually how I do it. But again, I'm like guest commentating most of the time here, so it's just a nice way to keep an overview of all the other payouts that were available. But yeah, so there's the deal. You can see it in the Twitch chat. I will also post it again in the YouTube chat. I see there's still fourth place is still in there. So I have to fix that. All right. All right, two interesting hands. Jack Queen of Diamonds versus 10-8 of clubs. A lot of potential. 5-6 king. That's boring. Yeah, don't check to Paul. He's gonna bet, and then you just have to fold. I mean, this just means that David basically gave up on his hand already. Yep, fold. Re-raised Chili Dog watch streak reached 40 stream streak. Nice. Good job. By the way, I'm also going to commentate next Monday. And then again on 6th of July. And on the 10th of August. So I'm having quite a few streams coming up, in case you're interested. But right now we have pocket jacks for Babu Bash. 8-3-7. Not much for Paul here to work with, just ace high for now. Question is if Babu Bash is now going to bet it. Yeah, continue bet. There we go. Paul could think that ace high is still good. Call one time, he does. The turn, 4 of clubs, doesn't change anything. Looks like we have a fan here in Twitch. Erwin seems to be rooting for Czech Republic. So that's David. Another bet from Babu Bash, and I think, yeah, I don't think, yeah, that's it. I don't think you can feel like ace high is still good at this point. Anything interesting happening with the football? Yoda says Spain unable to beat Cape Verde. That's about it for now. Wow, okay. Crazy. He's a crazy guy. I just saw, like, I'm literally just following the news and current events via TikTok, so I get everything, a little bite-sized information. And the FIFA has a TikTok account, which I'm following now, because they do have highlight videos of the matches, so you don't have to watch the whole 90 minutes. You can just see the highlights. And I saw one, like, this is such a cool idea if you just want to quickly catch up on what happened. And I saw one highlight video of Korea playing, and the precision they played with was so entertaining and like impressive that I have a feeling that South Korea has like a really good shot this year. But not sure if have you guys seen them already? Because I feel like it was just so clean and so precise how they played. But it was literally just from that 1 minute highlight video that I watched. Ace Jack suited for David. Yeah, just calls from the small blind, and now Paul wakes up in the big blind with Jack Queen offsuit. Ronnie says, unfortunately, they beat us, Czech Republic, so yeah, I'm sorry. That was where they were so precise, I guess. That was probably the match. Ooh, what a nice flop. 6, 10, 8 in spades. None of the players have spades, though. So Ace Jack still ahead. Queen. So Paul makes his pair of queens, but it's another spade. Both players are probably not feeling very happy right now. Oh, but David, reaching for chips, representing the flush now. Or the straight, also possible. And it's crazy. If you look at on top, you see the outs that David has. I mean, David is betting, but he has 17 outs to actually do improve to the best hand. But he does have the best hand, but 8, not the one he was looking for. So Paul now has the check mark here. He has 100%. But how happy is he with this? The board is pairing. There's all spades. So if David dares to go all in here, can Paul ever call that? Let's see what happens. He pulled it off. Oh, you have to. No, don't just. No. Okay, he's not going all in. He should have pulled the trigger and gone all in. This looks scared now. I think Paul is capable of sniffing this out. He looks at him. Yeah, I think he can call. I think he will call this. David should have gone all in. No, it works! Wow! Well done, David. I would have not thought that this works. But that's probably exactly why, because like he bet so little that it just looks like he wants to milk him. But he was actually bluffing, so not bad, not bad. Very nice. Very nice. Is service prosím? I would like to order something from the restaurant, though. I would like to order the truffle gnocchi from the restaurant, please. Thank you. On the house, Kings is paying. Guys, keep in mind, English only, please. Because we don't know what you're saying. Ooh, queens for Paul. He will get a customer with Babu Barf. In King 5. Not much here for the Germans, so probably not gonna get more value. Nope, that's it. Not much to do with the queens here. All right, Battle of the Blinds, Babu Barsh versus David Vesely. Ace 6 Jack. David hits a pair of sixes. Check, check. Turn is the Ace of Spades. Check, check, and we see the river. Another ace. Full house for David. Let's see if Babu Barsh tries to bluff it. He does try to bluff it. But this is not a credible story here. What does he want to tell him he has a jack? He would have bet that earlier. So yeah, pot for David. Strangely timed bluff here, but I guess that's the only way that he could have won this hand. payouts are not right because they did make a deal. So ignore the payouts, but the chips are right. So David with 19 big blinds, and then pretty close together, Paul and Babu Bash. So we've got 46% of all the chips in play for Paul and 40% for Babu Bash, and then 14% for David. So he is the shorty, but it is basically 20 big blinds, so not short. And you see the blinds are up. 125K, 250K, 250K, big blind ante. Eight, queen, king. Paul hits a pair of queens. David hits a pair of eights. This is dangerous. I mean, there are 2 overcards, so David should not feel too confident, but he is betting, gets to feel out where he is. Also 2 clubs. Yeah, call from Paul. 3 of hearts, not changing anything. Is David going to continue his story here? Nope, he checks. That was a bit dangerous just now, like the way that Paul is like playing with his chips, it almost looked like he was checking. So you have to be careful with that, but I guess the dealer knew what the intentions were. And that was just chip shuffling. Is betting, David is calling. And the river. 9 of diamonds also doesn't change anything. So Paul's pair of queens are good here. Can you get any more value? No, check. This time it was an actual check. And a pot for Paul. David now down to 15 big blinds. Buddy, wake up. Are you still there? Twitch chat? YouTube chat? Are you still there? Vojta is still there. Okay, good. And Johnny is there as well. Great. Okay. Do the ASMR stuff. Hello. Are you still there? So boring and quiet. They need Martin Cabral. Yeah, he's in Vegas. And I don't think he would play. Oh, no, he does. Sometimes he does play the like 500 euro tournaments or something. It's not like he's not playing those. So there's the question in YouTube about the first prize. Originally, it was supposed to be 81,000 for first, but they did make a deal. So Paul is getting most of it, but they're still playing for 16,000, which is a big chunk. So that's why it's still quite serious, although they have agreed on a deal. And he says, do you know Martin personally, Christine? No, I don't. I met him a few times when I was like working at some events. Well, I didn't meet him a few times. I saw him at the table and like took pictures and stuff, and he just did his usual, don't take pictures, I get my lawyer and whatever. Like, it's very, I mean, the thing is, it's the same when you listen him. I can't listen to it. It's just too much. I watched his vlog. I tried to watch, I watched his first 10 vlogs, I think. But I had to, literally, I had to stop because it's just, because he has like this high-pitched voice as well. So it just, at some point, it was just too much. And I can only, I feel for the players having to listen to that, like, because he doesn't stop, right? It's just constantly. I think he's probably a nice guy. Because you see in the reactions of other players how they actually, like, not just the players, like staff as well, like WSOP staff, the way they act around him. It's all pretty positive. But yeah, when he's at the table and he's doing his stuff, it's just very, very aggravating. And Paul here with an open-ender betting. Oh, calling, okay. On the river, doesn't change anything. Yeah, you can see, like, Mr. Bajan, as you can see him play 80 euro tournaments, same ways he plays streamed high rollers, yeah. Phil says Martin was engineered in a lab. The voice is perfect to annoy everyone. Johnny says, I know him a little, but from a long while back. As a poker player or like school or something? Right, pot for David. Back to 19 big blinds. As a player, okay. And sometimes just if you know people like that, you just wonder, like, have they always been like that, even without poker, or is it just like a persona they adopt for poker, right? Like, I know Will Kassouf. Like, I actually hung out with Will Kassouf a bunch of times, and he's just a super nice guy normally. Like, but then as soon as he sits at the table, he switches on this persona, and I think he took it a little too far recently. And then you hear other stuff from his private life, and you're like, this is, yeah, well, it's weird. It's not how I got to know him, but you never really know. Anyway, top two here for David. A pair of sixes and a flush draw for Babu Bash. Bet call. Okay, the river could get spicy. Let's see. No, well, yeah, two pair for Babu Bash, but it's the lower two pair. He's putting David all in now. And what he doesn't know is he's gonna double him up. David will think a little bit, but then he will call this. Yep, there's the call, calls all in, and wins. Double up for David. Where is the check rail? Does the check rail go wild? Up to 39 big blinds now. And that puts him now in second in chips. Year of Czechia. Small blind raise from Babu Bash with 5-7 suited. David in the big blind with King 10 offsuit calls. Ace 9-3, 2 spades. David holds 1 spade. Check. Turn is the queen. It gives David a straight draw. Babu Bash is betting with nothing. Yeah, that's the call. Deuce. Deuce of spades, though. So the flush does come in. Babu Bash continues telling a story. And I have a feeling David will be able to sniff it out, that the story doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, you can feel it. You can feel it. No? Ah, he folds. Okay. The bluff went through. Right, some big hands here. Battle of the blinds. Paul with King Jack offsuit, David with Ace 10 offsuit. Right, we're going to see a flop. And 10-9. Trips for David. Inside straight draw for Paul. You could get fireworks here. Yeah, Paul is betting and David is going like... Nyeh. Just a call. Ooh, the 8 is coming. So an open ender for Paul now. Still the trips for David. He's checking it. Let's see. Oh yeah, check, check. Okay. Deuce of spades doesn't change anything. So let's see if David can get any more value. Probably not, but I think the only way he can get value is to check it. And then Paul is trying to bluff it, but I don't think David is going to check this. Just check. Just check. No. Fold, that's it. Slowly but surely, David is chipping up. Could even be like close to the chip leader now, if not the chip leader. As you say, from rags to riches. Another nice hand for him. Jack Queen of diamonds. Kings for Babu Bash. Uh-oh. He just calls. No, 3-bet, 3-bet, 3-bet. It's so interesting. Sometimes he acts so fast when he's bluffing or when he's weak. He's acting so fast when he's strong. It's super interesting. It's very difficult to read him. Oh, wow. Jack King 7. Top set for Babu Bash. Middle pair for David. His hand is by far not over. I think David has to pay one more time. Unless he has some kind of read. But as I said, Babu Bash is very difficult to read. Yeah, one more time. And now let's see what the turn is. And re-evaluate. Yeah. Nothing. 3 of hearts doesn't change anything. So now let's see if Babu Bash can get any more value out of that pair of jacks. That's the thing, him betting actually must mean, like for David, like he wouldn't have a set of kings, right? Because he wouldn't be betting with a set of kings. But haha, indeed he is. Yeah, he calls one would know. He calls. Oi, 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 oi. He's getting milked. And the river. Okay. That should be pretty safe for David, that he's not losing more here. Yeah, that's too greedy. I mean, again, it's still the same story. Would he do this with a set of kings? No, he wouldn't. And actually, now, all of a sudden, David could talk himself into calling. Uh-oh. He's considering the hero call here. Yeah. Hero call in quotation mark. Oh. Well played by Babu Bash. And we lose David. He was just chipping up so nicely. Oh man, that's painful. Babu Bash really hit this wall because you thought like he would never play kings like this. But he did. He did. Wow. All right. So we lose David. So they did make a deal. And because he was the shorty coming in, he actually receives the third place money that they agreed on. So 42,210 euros for David. And now we're heads up. And again, the players have made a deal. Both have about 50,000 euros that they're already getting, and they're playing for an additional 16,200 euros. And of course, the trophy. Very unfortunate here for David. Very well played by Babu Bash. That was a masterclass because it was really like he thought around a couple of corners, thinking like people will think he would not play a set of kings that way, and then yeah, he did. It was well played. Right. So we are going to set up for the heads up here. You see how deep they are. Babu Bash with 80 big blinds, Paul with 62. Again, they have made a deal. Both have about 50,000 euros. Paul 54,000 euros. And so they're playing for an additional 16,200. So it's quite a bit of money still to play for. And obviously the glory, the festival trophy for the main event And I think we're going to have a little break where they're setting up for heads-up play. Let's see. Nope. Nope. No setting up time for heads-up. We just keep going. Nice. Okay. It's interesting. Sometimes they take a while to set up heads-up play, but in this case, I guess because Babu Bash was already sitting in the right spot, it didn't take that much extra work. Now gonna say Babu instead of Babu Bash because that's a stupid name. So Babu versus Paul. And once again, I'm saying it again. I know I've said it a couple of times. I'm saying it again because it's absolutely incredible. Paul, just like 3 days ago or something, won 2 side events during this festival in 1 day. And now he's heads up in the main event. I'm like speechless. I don't know how this is possible. Right. The chats fell asleep as well. Yeah, I'm just in awe. Like what Paul is doing here. This is incredible. And he probably has cashed in other events during the festival as well. So I can imagine he had the 2 wins in the 1 day, but he also had some cashes on some of the other events because it looks like he played the whole festival. And now he has the shot of actually winning the main event. This is just mental.
As you see, I'm an experienced heads-up player. Huh? I'm an experienced heads-up player, as you see.
All right, Jack 8-8. Babu hits 2 pair. Check. Turn is a 9. Call. 6 on the river. And the pot for Babu. All right. See the chip distribution here. They're pretty close together. Babu at the moment, chip leader with 77 big blinds. Paul with 65. But basically a coin flip. Ace 4 offsuit for Paul. Six 7 offsuit for Babu. We see a flop. Ooh, flopped straight for Babu. Quick check. Let's Paul bet. Let's see if he doesn't know. He checks behind. King of spades on the turn. And now Babu bets. That was it. A cheeky grin there, flopped the straight. Couldn't turn it into a bigger pot. Ooh, pretty ace-6 in hearts for Babu. Jack 8 offsuit for Paul. Here flop 8-7-7. Two hearts. Right, Paul bets his 2 pair. But Babu does have the nut flush draw with an overcard. So he is going to call. Let's see the turn. Queen of diamonds doesn't change anything. Bet from Babu. Oh, and the call. Interesting. The pot is getting bigger. Deuce on the river. That doesn't change anything. So no flush for Babu. He checks. All right, pot for Paul. Okay, we are going to have another break now. I have a feel, I don't think it's a normal break. Maybe they are discussing another little deal just amongst themselves, I don't know. But we are going to have a break now of about 10 minutes. And then we continue heads up play. I have a feeling they want to either just have a toilet break or they're going to discuss another deal to speed this thing up. They are fairly even in chips. And they're pretty deep, and they already made a deal. So, but they're still playing for 16,000 euros. So yeah, I don't think we are going to get information on whatever they are discussing. But there is going to be a break now for about 10 minutes. And then maybe, yeah, top hitter. Maybe then that's going to happen. They just go all in after they made another deal. But I don't know if they are doing that. Maybe they're just taking a break. I do not know. I just know I'm going to be back with you guys in about 10 minutes time.
I was button before. I had last action. I was button last time. So, no, it's okay. You know, we play the head. I will check, then we just check behind, and then we show. Exactly, he's button right now. Yeah, he's button right now. I was on last action.
Oh, that's awkward.
What doesn't matter?
Is that 10-minute break or is that not a 10-minute break? Right, Floorman is taking a phone call. I think something that hasn't been done is it's supposed to be, the blinds are supposed to be halved after a deal was made. I don't think the blinds were halved. So they're discussing something. Okay, I think now we have the 10-minute break. Exciting stuff. Something is really off, like the chips. I think they are halving the blinds, and they haven't done that before. That's probably what caused a little bit of confusion right now. So I think we're going to have a break and then come back with shorter blind levels. Or we're just going to look at the empty table for a while. If I'm a loan dealer. Oh. All right, I think we have a break, guys. I'm not sure what's happening, but I will switch the microphone off for a second because I think we do have a break for a couple of minutes.
They didn't do too bad in the end.
No, sir.
Built quite a franchise.
Indeed.
So we've had another beauty school dropout on the outer table. 11 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €7,075. Johan says, good luck, enjoy the stream. I have to go. I'm playing bridge this evening. Boo.
Boo, indeed.
You picked the right day to play bridge. You're going to miss this amazing event, Johan. But alas, you can catch it on the replay, I'm sure. Go give them hell, son. Thanks for your help. Best of luck in your bridge. More big pairs. Aces again. Sabashenko. Very nice hand.
So many premiums, Dan.
Very much so, Alan. Queens, kings, and aces. Like they're going out of fashion here. We haven't even played that many orbits. Trunk going for 3-bet to 1.7 million. Sabashenko with such a nice hand here. The Jack-10 suited. It's just a tough spot when your opponent has sub-20 bigs behind. Sucks to put this in the muck all the same. I was going to say he's going to be tempted to peel.
I think I'd be tempted to peel myself, man, to be honest with you, in this situation. Small blind, big blind, or small blind button dynamic.
Yeah, it's just the trunk isn't that deep behind, and it is a significant portion of our stack. But for just 1.2 million more, it is less than 5 bigs. Could go either way. You would prefer if your opponent in the small blind had more chips. That would make it more advantageous to call, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
And if you made it any bigger, you could just let it go. Like if it was 2 million or 2.2. Again, trunk has 4.4. So it's just an ideal spot. He goes for a sneaky check. And that should induce about a bet of $1 million from Sabashenko because he's got backdoors working for him. He could get his opponent to fold some sort of holdings that contain an ace that he might just be check folding with on this 8-5 deuce board. You'd be inclined to bet here yourself, Alan.
Yeah, exactly for the reasons you mentioned. The thing is, I would like a check call, and he does check call, man. I was hoping he wasn't going to check raise. It's like, there isn't many bad turn cards. I mean, that one's still pretty irrelevant for the most part. But like his check call range, man, just looks like king, queen, ace, jack, ace, queen, etc. So Sabashenko might go for another bet here again on the turn potentially. But I really like the flat and the flop for sure with the aces.
Yeah. Now, what's Trunk's range looking like, though? It's got to be pretty strong to 3-bet pre and check call the flop. You will have hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, maybe. We block ace jack. Might have. I don't think he has something like king jack or a king queen that's hoping to get the showdown. So he is kind of capped in this exact spot.
There might be some king queen of diamonds here, for example. Although maybe that might be better to just bet yourself and just deny equity and get some folds on the flop. So yeah, I think the bulk of what we kind of mentioned in terms of the check call range is like that strong ace high region. And then something like, kings and aces. So it's an interesting spot nonetheless. And Sabashenko does go for another bet on the turn.
Yeah, it's a smallish sizing, but it's not really relative to Trunk's stack. Goes for the second barrel, and this is what Trunk wants his opponent to do. The only problem is how much 8x does Trunk think Sabashenko has? He shouldn't have too much 8x in his range. Perhaps this is just a bit of Hollywood. I'd expect to see him just call again.
Yeah. Like, the thing is, man, if he's considering raising here, I really don't like it because And he does, I think, announce it, yeah. It's just like, if Shabashenko is bluffing, man, just let him bluff. Like, again, I think if a flush completes on the river, yeah, it's not the cleanest, man, but...
It also seems a bit excessive. It's just really hard to play when you're that handcuffed. You don't want to come through a field of over 2,700 and miss out on that ticket. Perhaps, Alan, as well, they've introduced the cards today because there's still 16 remaining in this event. And we were just commentating on the final table on Saturday. So maybe it's just at the tournament director's discretion. But I would be expecting to see them more than you wouldn't be seeing them. Action time here. Hijack opening with ace-10 suited. KM says he's team Richie. You know what? He was my favorite coming into the day there as well. Him and Georgius, of course. Knows what's at stake here, the 10k ticket, but Jack's just going to be too good of a hand facing a hijack open.
Keep it on or what? Keep it on?
Pretty sick spot here for Fam. She's going to be priced in for this all in, but under normal circumstances. But okay, she decides she's still going to go with it.
Yeah, it's
I
close.
was going to say there might be an argument you could fold. I might fold ace-10 offsuit. Perhaps ace-10 suit is just going to be a bit too good.
Possibly, yeah.
It is 8 bigs total. I am really griping here if you're going to be raised folding 8 bigs, but it has to be so tight from the cutoff. I feel like a hypocrite even saying that I would raise fold in that spot. But it might just be one of those hands where you could let it go. Not a good flop with the ace-7-7. Fam set to send home.
Yeah, what's up?
And that means the bubble will be burst unless there is that one remaining jack on this river. It is the three of spades.
GG.
Sick for there with the 2 jacks.
Like I would assume suited would be somewhat easier, I would say.
It just feels horrible to give back the chips you just won. You're back down at 10 bigs. Or you double them up. Or you eliminate them, I guess. But I don't know if I'm going to fold suited there, guys. I'll probably think the offsuit combo can just go in the muck. It is for about 12 bigs total. So it's like 10 more. It really is very close. Here we go. Szymanski raising enough to put Trunk all in. Trunk goes for it. Did Szymanski just straight up rip there? There was a change of pace for Szymanski, and I actually don't mind just shoving there, putting them both to the test. It's good ICM play. But Trunk waking up with the 10s. Another twist in this tail, perhaps. Trunk could be back to 26 million, and then they're very even in chips, the 3 remaining players. Jack 7-5, 2 spades. Turn is a 5 of hearts. Trunk looking pretty, 95% equity as we hit the river. The French Riviera. 6 of spades. Trunk gets a healthy chunk.
All right, welcome back here at King's Resort in Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. We are down to 2 players. And a bit of a hiccup here, technical hiccup, because after a deal was struck, the blinds were supposed to be halved. It didn't happen, but now it's happening. So that was forgotten. Now we're playing with half the blind level, so it should go a little faster. But yeah, we have the final day here of the 550 euro, the festival main event. We originally had 710 entries, and now we're down to the last 2. So it's Romania versus Germany. And it's been a back and forth. The incredible story here is that Paul Krasiunas from Romania has earlier this week has won 2 side events on the same day. And now he's heads up to win the main event. This is absolutely mental, absolutely crazy what's happening here. And let's see if he can actually do it and close this event. Basically, it will be the event of Paul, the year of Romania, the event of Romania. And yeah, my name is Christin Maschmann. I was leading you through this day, and I'm going to still be here to go through this heads up. They are very deep, but as we said, they are playing now with half the blind levels. But again, very deep. So this could still take a while. They did do a deal. That's why the blinds are halved. So they both know already what they're going to win, but they're still playing for 16,200 euros and obviously the trophy and the glory. So I know that we lost a lot of viewers probably because of this break, but please give me a live sign. Please let me know if you're still here in YouTube, in the YouTube chat and in the Twitch chat. Or are you all watching some kind of football right now? If you're watching football, feel free to let me know what you're watching, because I'm like totally not following this at the moment. Yeah, to recap, basically after the deal, Paul will take home 54,440 euros, and Babu Barf, who I'm henceforth just going to call Babu, receives 50,150 euros. And again, they're playing for an additional 16,000, so it's not small. So they are taking this seriously. There's not going to be blind all in to see who's going to win. And here a nice hand for Paul with ace queen suited against Babu's 7-8 offsuit. Right, we see a flop. Queen for Jack. Very nice for ace queen here. Yeah, Lorenzo said crazy run of this guy. It's absolutely crazy. I was saying earlier, I managed to bust 4 tournaments in one day, but never thought could win 2 in one day. And Paul did that, and then a couple days later playing for the win in the main event as well. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, Der Lange, you're asking for the payouts. I have to correct this. So if you go payout, because they did have a deal, they did make a deal, and the details are now in the Twitch chat. I do have to correct it though, because we're heads up. Okay, Paul now turning an open ender while Babu has 2 pair. Yeah, that's the straight for Paul. Mm-hmm. Right, Jack 8 offsuit for Paul. Seven deuce suited for Babu. He actually hits the 7. Call. King of clubs on the turn, so it gives Babu with his 7 deuce a flush draw now. Paul continues betting. Oh, all in from Babu. Wow. We're getting out the big guns now. 7 deuce winner. Right, next hand. Raise and take it. Babu. Raise and take it for Paul. So yeah, I think everybody left from the chats. Guys, we have a little bit of a long winding heads up here. So if you have any questions, please ask. Just introduce myself. My name is Christin Maschmann. Been in the poker industry for 19 years, working for PokerStars, GG Poker, WSOP, and now I work for bwin. And if you have any questions about like the poker industry, any stories, I'm happy to tell. Let me know. Right, this is hand number 172 of this final day. Both players have Jack Deuce. Who takes it? E7 offsuit for Babu. And Queen 9 offsuit for Paul. Let's see what the flop brings. Deuce 8-3. Nobody hits anything. Ace high still good. Bets and takes it. Right, so I can give you some information. We do have next week, we do have another stream on Monday. I am not sure if there will be a stream on Sunday. If there's one, probably without commentary. But I will be back commentating next Monday for the final of the Benelux Classics main event. That will be Monday, the 22nd of June. Every weekend, every week at King's Resort. There's a new tournament series. There's always action here. The quiet days are usually Tuesday and Wednesday, and even then, there's always something happening. So if you like poker, you live in Europe, this is like the #1 spot. Biggest poker room in Europe. And imagine, I mean, this one was a bigger buy-in. This was a 550 euro buy-in. But turning this into 80,000, not bad. Both players here with a flush draw on the turn. Paul with the better one. He also has a pair, so he's ahead right now anyway. English only, please, in the chat. Call. Do we see a club? No, we don't see a club. Deuce. Okay, in Deuce, I do read a little bit of Cyrillic, so you're saying something with microphone. I'm not sure if something is wrong with my microphone or if you're talking about the microphone of the players. They're not talking anyway, so it wouldn't make any sense to give them microphones. But yeah, English only, please. Angliski. Okay, Babu raises with 6-2 suited, but Paul wakes up with ace-jack offsuit. Calls it. Ace-6 queen. Hi-yi-yi. Top pair for Paul. Bottom pair for Babu. And now he picks up the flush draw. Right, the pressure is on. Raise from Paul. What is he doing? Calling? Yeah. Calling? Yeah, it was the call. All right, we're getting like a nice pot here. Oh, with 3 of spades. Doesn't really do any good for Babu, so Paul best here. All right, next hand. 6-7 offsuit versus 10 deuce offsuit. Jack Queen 7, all diamonds. Both sort of get something here. Ooh. Flush for Babu. Checking again, yep. That was interesting. He just checks again for color and then checks. Okay, check. River is another diamond. Now Babu has to see if he can get anything, but no, he won't. Look at the chip difference now. They basically started almost even. And Babu is now down to 20 big blinds. After this hand, a little more. But like, wow. Paul with 91 big blinds. What a run. Like he has a run in this festival that if it was any other sport, he would come back to Romania and they would greet him at the airport. But yeah, because, well, they did, you know, like I'm not sure if you followed it, but when Punat Punsri, the Thai pro, became Player of the Year, they actually staged it a little bit that at the airport he was greeted by people with like posters and so on. It was staged, but it was done by the Thai Poker Association and they made an effort, right? I think it's great. Like they try and make an effort to give it all some credibility. It's just funny when you actually look at the pictures and the videos, you can see it's staged, right? Because all the signs look the same and the people that are standing there don't actually look like they know why they're standing there. It's pretty funny. But there was like video interviews and news was invited. And it's a big difference from like poker as it is in Asia and poker as it is in Europe, because it's in Asia, it's still so wild and fresh and people are still so excited. And yeah, so like the run that Paul has, in theory, there should be the same kind of effort being made at the Bucharest airport. If he lives, I don't even know if he lives there, but national hero for winning 3 events, 2 side events and the main event. Looks very much like he's gonna do it. Yoda says we'll make sure to make him buy us beers. That's the minimum. When I had my first big live cash, which was just like 6,500 euros, I took 200 euros and invited everybody I could to a bar and said to the barman, like, everything that this group orders, take it from these 200 euros. And it was at a time when it actually took us a while to get through the 200 euros. It was like 2012. It was so much fun. I think if I would ever make like a really big score, like 5, 6, 7 figures, I would have a wild party where I just invite everybody and then I end up broke. That would be like my way of celebrating. 'Cause YOLO. Oh, ace queen offsuit for Babu. Queen 9 offsuit for Paul. Jack 9, 8. So Paul hits a pair. Both with a straight draw. Check, check. Not much happening. Paul is going to bet it. Ooh. Yeah, see, this is the problem. He's done that before. He's playing with his chips in a way that it looks like he's checking. It's very, very... He's not angle shooting. He's not doing it on purpose, but... This is dangerous, right? If you play with your chips in an aggressive way, it can look like you're checking. And it happened before that I pointed it out. Now it looked like Babu was thinking that he checked, but then he said, no, I didn't. Ace-9 offsuit for Paul. King-9 offsuit for Babu. All in from Paul. And a call. We have all in call. This is incredible. Babu is at risk and behind. And Paul can make the absolute crazy miracle here in winning 2 of the side events at the festival and winning the main event. Only a few cards away. And it looks very good for him. Babu needs a king or a queen to turn this around. This doesn't have only queen now, just the queen. 4 outs for Babu. It's not coming. This is absolutely insane, guys. Paul Krasjunas won 2 side events in this festival on the same day. Not just randomly over the course of the week, in the same day. 2 side events. And now he ends up actually winning the main event as well. This is just absolutely mental. I've never seen anything like this before. And yeah, so there was a deal. And after that, Paul had won 54,450, and now he got the 16,200 euros as well. It's therefore the top prize. And Babu Barsh goes home with 42,210 euros. This is absolutely incredible. Yeah, and you see on the left here, you see the organizer of the festival, the nickname Franke. He is the initiator, the inventor, and the organizer of the festival, which doesn't have only stops here in Rosvadov, but also at other locations. So an interesting thing here, this is done with a lot of mixed games, not just No Limit Hold'em, but a lot of mixed games. So, and yeah, Paul won different games. I don't know what the third one was, but open-faced Chinese main event, and then one other. It's absolutely crazy what he did. Pixel says, see you in Antwerp. Oh, it goes on Franke. Goes to Franke, yeah. Well done, Franke, for organizing this stuff. It's really legendary what the festival is doing. Yeah, nobody can believe what happened. This is incredible. Yeah, we can just say it again. Yeah, so we see you again. It's like every week there's action at King's Resort. Next week we're going to have a stream. Next Monday, I don't know about Sunday, but next Monday I'll be back again commentating on the final table of the Benelux Classics. So I hope to see you all then back in the chats. And yeah, thank you, Bird. Thank you. See you again. Thanks for you guys in the chats on YouTube and Twitch. My name is Christin Maschmann. It was a pleasure commentating for you today. And yeah, gonna see you again next week, or you're going to hear me again next week. And otherwise, come play poker in Rosvadov. Bye.